Hello, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever in the world you are connecting from today. Thank you so much for being part of this Hacking HR AI Experience Summit. This is day number 2 of our event. Yesterday, we had an incredible amount of conversations. It was really phenomenal. Um, you can measure the success of event in many different ways. Obviously, how many insights are inspiring, but also relevant and practical for whatever it is you do. I measure the success of an event that way, but I also measure the success of an event with the amount of one-liners that I can take out of an event and use them to summarize the conversations that we had. And there were so many of them yesterday. I mean, it was just incredible how many great ideas and insights and one-liners came out of all the speakers and experts that we brought together for day number 1 of our AI Summit. One of the ones that I heard yesterday, which I had never heard before, was this. It's not even a one-liner; it's one word. It's techno stress. I had never heard of that before, and it was very interesting, considering how much people are feeling stressed now because of the impact of AI. It's not just because of their jobs. It's because you have to use AI and they have to know how to use it well. And there are some companies in which they don't want you to use AI and you want to use AI, so you have to hide that you're using AI. All of that is just ridiculous, the amount of things going on in the world of technology today. And that is creating a significant amount of stress. I don't even know if anybody's measuring that right now. And I don't know if it's called techno stress, but I loved the word and I loved what it meant. So I am hoping that with the conversations that we're having throughout the summit, so today's number 2, but I'm hoping that through these conversations, we are helping you decrease that level of techno stress a little bit. Yes, creating a sense of urgency. We are aware that we want to push you a little bit harder in the direction of investing in your learning and development. But at the same time, giving you the tools, the ideas, the insights in order to be able to do that properly. So I'm always hoping the same thing for every event, but I'm hoping that out of this event, at the end of the journey on Friday, the level of techno stress in you will have decreased because you will have learned some things that you didn't know before and will help you be and do better with the use of AI in your organization. I am so thankful. I want to thank once again to all our sponsors, all our partners joining us in this journey to put together this event for you. Spark Hire, Kika HR, Pearson, Learn Worlds, Personality Pool, Opkey, M-Train, and HeartCount. Thank you to all of you for supporting us in bringing this event to life, for the thousands of people that have joined us and registered for this event. To those of you who are attending now, and I see some of your comments, please let us know where you are tuning in from. And if you have any questions, any ideas, anything that you want to share throughout this day and the rest of the summit, please feel free to do so. Today, we have an amazing agenda. I am about to have a fireside chat talking about AI and talking about learning with Oliver from Pearson. So that's going to be awesome. And then we have 5 panel conversations today, from strategy to systems, turning AI vision into a scalable integration and measurable ROI. Then we will talk about readiness as the new differentiator, building technical, cultural, and human capability at scale for the age of AI. Then one panel that even the title seems to be a little bit out of tune with the rest of the titles, but I'm very excited about that conversation. The title of that session is, You Will Have an AI Agent for a Boss or a Coworker, Collaboration, Creativity, and the Reimagined Workforce for the Human-Machine Workplace. Then we will talk about agentic AI in practice, autonomy, guardrails, and the future of workflows. And we will wrap up the day in a few hours from now with a panel, Hiring in the Age of AI, Ethics, Authenticity, and Technology. So without further ado, well, first of all, once again, everybody, please let us know where you're connecting from. It would be awesome to know from where everybody's connecting from. But without further ado, I'm going to welcome Oliver to join us on the screen. Oliver, good morning. How are you? Well, I don't know. Is it good morning to you?
Just in the afternoon, Enrique, but yeah, good to see everyone. Good to be here.
Well, thank you so much. It's great to have this conversation with you. Thank you, and thank you to the team in Pearson. We have been partnering with you for a very long time to provide Credly badges to our community members. It is in the thousands now that our community members are proudly sharing those badges on LinkedIn. Yesterday, somebody sent me an email, and she had in her signature in the email 4 badges, of which 3 were Hacking HR's badges created with Credly from Pearson. So that was, I don't know, I felt humbled and also very proud of partnering with you to offer that to our community. So having said that, Oliver, please, if you don't mind introducing yourself, letting us know a little bit more about who you are, about your role in Pearson, and then obviously I want to go through some of the questions that I have for you.
Yeah, of course. Thanks, Enrique. And look, I'm super excited to be here on day 2. Very happy that I've been invited and we can do this time. Just for a bit of context, Pearson, hopefully most people know who we are, but for those that don't, we're sort of the world's largest learning company. And when I think about that is, just to make it really simple, it's school. So we do stuff with school students, we do universities and colleges, and we do work. And so if those 3 buckets is how we're largely organized, I essentially operate in the work part. So for corporate, for governments, how do we think about people as employees and learning in that post educational environment? And my role covers the whole of the EMEA region. So Europe, Middle East, and Africa. I know we've got people from all over the world on today. So, I do engage with that, and I spend time in the US and in other parts of the world too, Australia. But specifically my remit is the EMEA region.
Awesome. Well, Oliver, thank you so much. And once again, thank you, and thank you to Pearson for all the support. So we will be talking for the next about 20 minutes. The focus of our conversation will be around whether AI and the investments in AI are delivering the kind of ROI that organizations and the workforce are looking for. So what trends in HR, what trends in the world of work, and particularly what trends in the world of learning and development are you seeing being impacted by AI, and how are they being impacted by AI?
Yeah, thanks, Enrique. I think just to give a bit of context as I answer this, the lens through which we largely see. So Pearson, in that work part, the third part of Pearson I referenced, we kind of think in the areas we operate are in the talent planning, so setting up talent sourcing and talent development parts of the value chain. So we often see things a little bit through there. But I also noticed some of the panels that are coming up, and there was definitely a key one there around agents, and we certainly see a lot of that. The role and the rise of agents in work. What does that mean? How does that mean? You should have co-workers or bosses in the case of the panel you referenced. That's definitely a big trend we're seeing, and people trying to work that out. But if I jump into those 3 in the talent planning space, the way I think about it is, companies actually are still grappling with and trying to deal with the challenge of, what does this change look like? What does that mean to my organization? And how do I think about that? And some of the trends we're seeing is actually that shift to skills and capabilities from an HR point of view rather than roles, as a way of being able to deal with that, to try and start to create a more agile workforce. But that's really tough, right? We know that's really tough. There's a lot of historical reasons and silos and things in organizations that make that tough. But that's kind of one of the trends in the talent planning space. In the talent sourcing space, it's very much more around the use of AI, both on the candidate side and the recruiter side. So you see a proliferation of numbers of candidates, the way that they apply, the use of AI in that. But equally, on the flip side, on the recruiter side, you see, okay, how do we deal with that? How do we sift? How do we assess? How do we start to identify the best candidates using tools that are enabled by AI? And I don't want to say, it almost feels like an arms race, because you get more things coming in and having to deal with more volume, and it's kind of very hard on both sides. So the talent sourcing, we're seeing a lot of AI being used, both from candidates and recruiters. And then on the talent development, the learning side, we're seeing actually organizations trying to find, coming back to the topic of this discussion, is how do they unlock the return on investment of their AI investments? And so what are they trying to invest in? How do organizations think about learning from building up capabilities in order to be able to use the technology that's being implemented? And we see this in many waves of technology change, that doesn't always match up. So that's kind of a bit of a trend. Equally, we're seeing more personalized career pathways, often driven by AI. That's something that we're seeing a lot more of. And then just from an observation that we have around the type of learning that's being delivered, I'm seeing a bifurcation of the learning. So at one end of the spectrum, I'm seeing bite-sized, in the flow of work, delivered at the point of need type learning, but it's not measurable, so you can't always see it, right? But that's really important to people, because I need something right now, give me the widget. At the other end of the spectrum, I'm seeing a greater focus on high signal strength learning, so learning that actually allows you to say, I've done this, I can do this, and it's got credit and value in the market that allows them to achieve an outcome. So that's kind of the trends I'm seeing in talent planning, talent sourcing, and talent development.
Oh, I love that. But I absolutely would want to go with you deeper into the learning and the skilling part of this, right? For two reasons. Number one, that's what you guys do, and you do it very, very well. And you're the largest organization providing this digital credentialing to millions of people around the world. So you are on top of all these trends. And the second one, and I'm going to be very selfish here, we are a learning and community platform. And, you, like, as a business leader, you always get these questions like, what keeps you up at night? And the one thing that keeps me up at night is, how do we, as Hacking HR, as a community, how do we need to evolve in order to be relevant with our learning offering in a world where AI exists, right? Where you go to Google, you go to ChatGPT or whatever you go to, and you ask a question and you get the answer right away. So traditionally, we've been delivering content via videos, meaning you would have had to sit down, to watch a 1 hour video to get an answer for something. And now you get it in a second, just asking that question to ChatGPT. So can you go deeper to satisfy my selfishness here 1 second about what should we do in Hacking HR, but also, this is a message for the multiple learning and development people out there tuning in right now who are thinking, does it make sense to pay people to go to a school anymore? Do I invest thousands, if not millions of dollars in traditional programming or bite-sized learning? So where do we go now?
Yeah, really good question, Enrique. And I think there's a lot of reticence and a lot of uncertainty in this space. But there's a few things that I think can be true. So the first thing is, okay, you can ask a large language model, AI questions, right? How reliable is the answer? What is it sourced from? And so they're really, as we learn how to use this technology, the question is not so much which, but where. And so, like, where's the source, right? We have to, if I think about, I've got children, what am I most worried about them? I'm most worried about them not being able to have a critical thought process, to be able to discern what is right and wrong, to be able to understand what is useful and what is not, to be able to make ethical and moral, good ethical and moral decisions. And so if I then think about that from your perspective here, it is, well, where's this source coming from, and how's that come? So the AI is a platform on which we build. It's a technology that allows us to do things. So from an organization where you invest, it's actually about how do you use that technology to surface the right information to the people at the right time. And so take that to a learning extent. Well, we've just launched, I'll give an example of a in the flow example, where it's not just I'm going to ask ChatGPT or Microsoft Copilot or whatever it is. We launched a product last week, the week before, with Microsoft in Teams. So when you complete, it's called Communication Coach. When you complete an engagement on Teams, it then gives you feedback based on your communication style, your communication effectiveness in that call you were just on. So it's immediate, it's at the time of which you need it, and it gives you great feedback. But it's based on Pearson's knowledge of English language, Pearson's knowledge of communication, Pearson's knowledge of learning science, Pearson's expertise in all of those things. So what are you investing in there? Are you investing in the large language model and going to an organization, or are you going to an organization that's using the technology to underpin and give you a great outcome and solve a problem? So that's kind of one in the flow. And then at the other end of the spectrum, talk about long programs, there's still currency in proof and evidence. And so when we make a hiring decision, or when we make a promotion decision, or when we make a human capital decision, we need to do that with some evidence. And so you need to come with it, a verification and a level of trust. And I think that is what is important in society, because if you're going to go to that point before about making good ethical decisions, you need to be built on trust. And so therefore the source rather than the model is what's more important.
Yeah, I love that. And I want to go back to the idea of trust, right? Because we deliver in Hacking HR multiple programs on AI, and I happen to be the facilitator of those programs. And very often I tell the people that join these programs, you don't have to pay us to do this. You can go to ChatGPT and design your own program. The one thing that you won't get there that you do get here is context.
Yeah.
And this context is the real experienced and lived context that I can provide based on not only how I use AI, but also how the rest of the people, the multiple hundreds of people that are participating in this program are sharing how they're using AI. And what we know is the day-to-day of HR. So that context, if you don't come from that context and then use AI, AI won't understand the kind of context that you want to apply the tool for. Therefore, your learning may not be maybe interesting, inspiring, but may not be relevant to the specific kind of cases that that you need to use it for. And then the other thing that I think about very often too is in the context of this question that I asked you before, and I'm seeing some comments here, is that if AI can replace multiple tasks that we used to perform at work, but we had a purpose around those tasks, that was part of our why, and now AI can do it. The question is, what do we do then? As a human, what do I do then, right? And I know it's a philosophical question. We won't go in that direction, but I'm seeing somebody here saying like, hey, I'm having a conversation with my son right now, but it's a conversation that has emerged multiple times in multiple panels, which is, my son, my daughter, my children, they want to be, I don't know, like even like a designer, a software developer that's impacted by AI. They want to be in the movie business. Well, that's impacted by AI, right? So if that's what they want to do in the age of AI, the question gives them completely different directions in which they should be moving to, to be able to fine tune what they want to do, but also fine tune it in the context of the age of AI. I know this can take us in different directions, but connected to this, HR, people who work in HR, they are passionate about working with people. They have a purpose to serve people. Now, AI, and very often you find people in HR that didn't want to do much with technology or data or numbers. They found a little bit of a safe space in HR to not have to deal with those things, and now they do. And they've had to do it for a long time. And now we're throwing AI to the mix. So what would you tell those people in HR that now have to use AI? What should they be focusing on? How can they tap onto the power of AI to deliver and unlock more value and be able to focus more on what matters to them?
I'll come to the specific HR point in a moment, but if I just think about the kind of AI opportunity as a whole, or the AI challenge as a whole, okay, I'm going to share some numbers, Enrique, if that's all right. The first is $1.1 trillion. Okay. Second is 96 billion pounds. Those two numbers are the estimated gap in GDP within the US and the UK, respectively, for what we see lost in transition. And the lost in transition is the time spent, the loss of earnings between someone moving from a learning environment to an earning environment. So learning to work.
Like their time to productivity kind of thing.
Yeah. And the second one is from earning to earning, so from job to job. And the third part is from displacement of technology. So that is a real problem today. Okay. And that's what we estimate it to be in the US and the UK. 1.1 trillion in the US, right? It's a big number. The reason why that's there is because we're not training ourselves quickly enough and we're not changing our work quickly enough to allow the matching and the progression of people from one thing to another. Okay. In my mind, technology and AI is only going to, because the speed of change is happening faster, right? It's only extending that period of time, which is potentially making that gap bigger. So that is a huge problem in my eyes. And so if you start to say to people, there are things that are meaningful in your job, or jobs are changing and we're going to be losing, what I say is actually it's imperative upon us to learn more quickly and to train ourselves and to train our people more quickly and give them the skills and the ability to access those skills so that they can evolve their role and make the productivity gain more real, both within their organization, but also for themselves in that transition space, such that we unlock the value that it can create. And so I haven't got stats in HR specifically, but if I think about an HR role, right, that's going to change the tasks that people do. It's not going to remove whole swathes of roles. It changes parts of roles. So that might mean you need less of a total number. But in reality, it's more likely to mean you change that role so they can do more valuable tasks. And if I give an example in education, we sort of what we did is that teachers can save 665,000 hours a week in the UK, 3 million hours a week in the US, just by improving their lesson planning through the use of AI. In healthcare, it's 406,000 hours a week and 3.6 million hours a week in the US, purely on using AI to improve admin tasks. Now, I don't know about you, but any educator I know and any a medical professional I know, they don't have a lot of time. They don't say, oh, I'm worried about losing my job because of AI. They're going, how can I make it more productive so that I can spend more time with students, spend more time with patients? And I think it's the same for us in work. How do we spend more time with customers? Whether they're internal or external? And that's what AI's got to unlock.
Yeah, I love that. And I mean, we use, obviously in Hacking HR, we use AI and we are able to produce our outcomes and outputs significantly faster than we ever did in the past. And we can save hours and hours. Just a one mundane example, but I'm going to guess that this is true for a lot of companies. We were paying every time that we needed to design like a new feature on our platform. We needed to have a UI designer, and that would take us weeks to change the color of one button. And now we use Replit right now, but there are multiple platforms that you can do this with, and it takes us a half a second, to interact and go back and forth with the tool for $20 a month, by the way. So this is incredible to us to be able to. Yeah,
it's the same. It's like I don't know how many people, a great HR task that probably people spend hours and hours and hours in spreadsheets having done is building capability frameworks or skills frameworks or understanding skills of organization, like within your organization. Like that was, I, as a previous consultant, like spent time doing that. And it's a bit like there's a phrase in England, there's a bridge in England called the Forth Bridge. Once you finish painting it, you have to go back to the start because it takes so long, right? It's a bit the same. You complete it and you go, right, we've done it. Oh, it's out of date. We better start again. And now, the technology that we have and the use of AI, which again, something Pearson does a lot of, we will take an organization and we'll break down the skills in that organization almost at a touch of a button, right? It's so much quicker. It's so much more effective than it ever was. So you're absolutely right. And nobody enjoys building those spreadsheets, by the way. Just to be clear. No one does that. So there are tasks that are mundane. Of course, there'll be some things, creative filmmaking, but where AI is going to improve. But the actual creativity of the filmmaking itself, the thought process, is still a human thing.
Yeah, I love that. One thing I want to do, Oliver, is I want to acknowledge our audience one more time. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I am aware, for some reason, this is going on Hacking HR's LinkedIn Live. I am one of the admins of our Hacking HR LinkedIn Live, and I can't see myself. So I'm going to imagine that this is happening for a few people out there. So for those of you who are connected here right now, if you don't mind, at the bottom of your screen on LinkedIn Live, there is a button that says share. Please do share this. So I'm going to imagine that some people in your network did register on LinkedIn, and they can't see the event the same way I can't see it right now, and I don't understand why. So please do that if you don't mind. Oliver, 2 days ago, I'm sorry, I was delivering a talk for a group of students about the future of HR and AI. This group of students, they are in Dublin, in Ireland, and young people. And one of them then asked me, like, my company is a construction company. They don't get it. They don't want to do anything with AI. How can I get started with this conversation? And obviously, there are ways to incentivize people. And one of the ways in which you incentivize them is by telling them, well, like a competitor may be faster than us and do cheaper than we do, and then we go faster, they go faster. But in this case, a construction company, that page would not sell that much. And I asked her, like, well, you begin with a problem. You begin with identifying the real, painful problems that your organization is dealing with. So you have one in mind. And she said, well, talent acquisition. We are not finding the right people that we need for the kinds of projects that we're working on. And I'm like, well, there you go. That is the great beginning for your AI journey or your future of HR kind of journey. So any insights about these or additional recommendations related to where do we begin the journey of unlocking productivity ROI with AI?
Great point. I mean, it's an interesting one, isn't it? When you get to an organization that like a construction company. Interestingly, again, the work we've done looking at where the impact of AI has the most sort of effect. The report we did on that showed that blue collar has a much smaller impact on blue collar roles than there are on white collar roles. So construction obviously falls into that blue collar category. Doesn't mean that across a whole construction organization there aren't white collar or roles that are impacted by it, could be improved with AI. There are. So I think there's opportunity in all, but your point about starting with a problem statement, I couldn't agree with more. When we go about this, though, and we start to engage with organizations, there's sort of a 5-step process we tend to follow. So the first thing is actually, how do you know where are the pockets of value going to come? So can you analyze that impact? Can you see what the impact of technology, AI, agentic AI, whatever it might be, is? And so to do that, we run an analysis. We use we adopt skills, task, taxonomy to understand your world of work, and then we'll run up to 32 different technologies over that to see, well, okay, this technology is going to have an impact here, or this one over here. And so you can see specifically into which roles, which parts of your organization the most value where the most value potential is. Let's put it like that. I did a talk in healthcare the other week. In healthcare, I think it was healthcare managers, and I think we showed that there was about 11 hours over a 40-hour week that could be saved through technology. 5 of which by one particular technology. That's over a 5-year period. So when you look at that, you start to say, okay, well, that's a 25% gain you can make in that part of the world. So what does that look like? And then once you've understood that, you say, well, okay, as we talked about before, you don't just have people, whole roles go. You have parts of roles. That's 25% of a role. It's not a person. So then what do you do about that role? You need to redesign it and think about it differently and bring in, okay, so what can you do with that 25%? How can you up value, create and unlock that value? So then you have to redesign the work. But once you redesign the work, you need to help people be able to do the work. So you need to skill them and upskill and reskill them so that they go, okay, this was my job. This is going to be my job. How do we do that? And that might not just be within the role, but it might be between roles. So we'll look at roles that are perhaps sunsetting because you're going to need less of them in the future, but look at ones that are increasing because you need more of them in the future. So you that's sort of stage 3 of that reskilling and upskilling. And then you need to make sure you're assessing talent as they come in and make sure that they're going to fit the new, what that impact is, what the future of the organization looks like. And then underpinning it all, you want to build a learning culture to make sure that people are engaged entirely. Oh, Enrique, you've frozen. Well, I don't know if it's me frozen or Enrique, but if it's Enrique and I'm still talking, I'll perhaps just offer one extra item while he hopefully restarts or comes back. We did a bit of research with ServiceNow, which I think is perhaps interesting to this group, that looks at, essentially, we looked at 10 countries, and we looked at the impact of AI and agentic AI across 10 countries across the world. So it includes the US, it includes the UK, Australia, Canada, but also UAE, Saudi Arabia, Singapore, Germany, and Japan. And the interesting thing on that is that we showed, while there is, major impact from agentic and non-agentic AI, and we saw that at, anywhere between sort of 5 and 10% on roles, we saw the economic impact, so the growth of an economy, or the jobs added because of technology, outstripping that negative element. So we've got a significant amount of growth outstripping the amount of work change from AI. And so, we're now down to seeing that 8 out of those 10 countries are actually going to grow jobs, and it's actually demand is going to outstrip supply. I thought that might be an interesting addition. Okay, so I'm seeing some notes on the side saying you aren't frozen. Is that me, or is that Enrique? I see just Enrique. I see you aren't frozen.
Of all the days in which this could have happened, there is a snowstorm at home right now here in Flagstaff, Arizona. I know that most of you wouldn't believe that there would be snowstorms in Arizona, but there are where I live in Flagstaff. And it just happened that I was kicked out. I mean, my internet, fell apart. So I apologize, Oliver. I didn't hear anything you said, but I know the audience did. And that is what matters. So I apologize about that. I'm sorry, man. Thank you so much
okay. I wasn't sure whether it was you or me who had been lost, Enrique. I assumed it was you. But just so you know, I was just talking a little bit about a report that we did with ServiceNow around 10 countries, and the fact that 8 out of those 10 countries, we're seeing there being, over the next 5 years, a net positive change to the demand in work, not a negative change. So yes, we looked at agentic and non-agentic AI impact on work, but we also looked at economic growth, and that's outstripping the jobs that are being moved or displaced. So that to me is a very positive story about what we need to do, but it's fueled by that transition gap I mentioned earlier, which we have to start shortening.
Yeah, thank you, Oliver. And I know we are already over time because of this little issue that I just had. And to the panelists that are waiting back there on a StreamYard, thank you so much for being here. Just allow me to steal 1 minute of your time before I wrap it up with Oliver. But Oliver, I just have one more question for you, and you may have to respond this in like 5 seconds. Don't spill the secrets though, but how is Pearson getting ready for the age of AI? Like 1 or 2 things that you guys are doing that you can share with the public, that you guys are doing to get ready, because you are in a space that will be positively but severely impacted by AI. So any things that you're thinking about?
Well, I know I haven't got long. So in reality is we are embracing it. And we're embracing it in everything we do, both in products and services, but also internally. So the example I gave you before about the communication coach is a great example, but also those that have been and have students studying, we're putting coaches and support into all of our learning through schools and universities to be able to allow people to draw upon it, because it's based on trusted content that is verified and comes through with excellent learning science. We're not giving people the answers to questions. We're helping them through to find the answers and become great learners. Now, the last thing I'll say is, as I've got the mic to finish off, the thing that we need to remember, everybody needs to get greater and improve at, is the skill of learning to learn, because that's what's going to solve a lot of our problems. We need to know how to learn and be effective learners. And the more we do that, the better we'll solve societal problems.
Love it. Oliver, thank you so much. Once again, I apologize for the issue with my internet before. Thank you so much for sharing all these awesome insights, for your support and the support of Pearson, not only for this summit, but everybody who's tuning in, all of our programs, our academic programs. We offer a Credly badge for all of them. And that is thanks to the partnership that we have with Credly by Pearson. So Oliver, thank you so much. And thank you to your entire team. I'm going to let you go now so that I can welcome our next panelist. All right. So thank you so much, Oliver. Have a beautiful day. And everybody, we are 3 minutes later. This rarely happens that we are late on anything, but I apologize because of my internet before. As I mentioned, we have a phenomenal panel sessions today. And the next panel is From a Strategy to Systems, Turning AI Vision into a Scalable Integration and Measurable ROI. The panelists are ready and eager back there. They've been waiting, so I'm going to move you all to the stage. And here we go. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. So exciting to see you. I think we may be missing one person if I can see, but we're gonna get us started. Vanessa, I'm gonna shut up because I already stole 4 minutes of your time, and I'm gonna move away from here and let you run the show. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to day 2. Today, we are going to shift from strategy to execution, the architecture, readiness, and operational realities of making AI actually work inside organizations. So this panel is centered on how you turn vision into systems, pilots into production, and AI theory into measurable ROI. I'm Vanessa Anello, Director of Program Strategy and Growth at HackEHR, but if you're in one of our certificate programs, you may better know me as one of your program facilitators. All right, so let me introduce the incredible panel joining us today. Let's jump right in. Daniel Hume is the Chief AI Officer at WPP and CEO of Satalia and Contium. He's globally recognized as a top AI leader and pioneer in machine consciousness research with 25 plus years in the field and deep academic roots at UCL and Singularity University. Rob T. Lee is the Chief AI Officer and Chief of Research at the SANS Institute, known across the industry as the godfather of digital forensics. Lauren Glass Mullins is the co-founder of Personality Pool, where she helps organizations build stronger teams by aligning roles with authentic human personality. She specializes in team dynamics, behavioral science, and the practical side of people-centered AI adoption. Mrunal Mohanka is an executive director in JP Morgan Chase's Chief Data and Analytics Office, leading AI solutions and business enablement. And Kelly Stover, who I'm not sure if she's here yet, but Kelly Stover is an internationally accomplished Chief People Officer with 27 plus years, leading talent strategy and workforce transformation and culture integration across Fortune 500 companies. So welcome to all. We will jump right into our conversation. So this conversation, again, is about the real work of execution, what breaks, what scales, what organizations overlook, and what leaders must redesign if they expect AI to deliver ROI in 2025 and beyond. So to ground us, this is a question to the group. What's the earliest signal that tells you an organization has crossed from an AI strategy deck to AI actually changing daily behavior? And let's go ahead and start with you, Lauren, then we'll move on to Daniel and Rob.
Okay. Well, I'm excited to be here with you guys, and especially I didn't know we had the godfather of AI systems on the panel. So I'm really excited. And so I thought a lot about this question because there's so many different AI tools, it can all get confusing. But when I thought about for me and in my business, when it became like, okay, this is a true integration, and that's when I feel the effects when I'm not using it. And so I even think about back to just like trying to integrate and get people comfortable with something as what I will say basic as ChatGPT, like you were still going to Google. And so I think, when your team would feel the pain in a certain process, if that piece of technology wasn't there, that's when it's a true integration.
I love it. And Daniel?
Well, I think that we get excited about technology and we tend to start with the question, what can the data tell us? What can the technology do? And the best signal of success that I see is leadership asking the question, what's my problem? And is technology right for solving this problem? And I think, unfortunately, we get it the wrong way around. So a good signal for me is leadership figuring out where is the real value that can be driven in their organization and whether AI can actually leverage that value.
And you, Rob?
Yeah, thank you. Excited to be here. So from my perspective, one of the things that have actually come out in some of the research studies, MIT had one in which they said ROI is a struggle for most organizations to realize at this point with AI. However, in the same article, it said the biggest ROI actually came from people doing it surreptitiously through shadow AI implementations. And for those who don't know what shadow AI is basically unstructured, unscripted use of AI by standard employees. And when that has occurred, the organizations, when they start capturing that and see what people are actually doing, has actually resulted in the biggest measurable ROI. So the real question of organizations is what we're doing currently wrong to assess ROI and doing centralized projects? Or is there a better way to do experimentation across the board that is sanctioned, shadow AI or sunlight AI, however you want to put it, to allow for that ROI to be potentially realized? It's a very interesting data set when you end up taking a look at it, is how the heck are we actually seeing ROI that is basically sitting in the shadows that most people on the leadership team can't even take a look at? Oh, we lost him. I lost someone here.
Well, you know what? We can always return back. I'm sure that he will rejoin us. So thank you so much, Rob, for that answer as well. And I think the commonality that I saw across all three answers right there is that the moment when AI shifts from being discussed in leadership rooms to actually shaping frontline behavior is sort of unmistakable. And so, we have you back, Mrinal. Did you want to chime in here for the last question before we move on?
Yes, sorry. I don't know what happened there, but thank you for bearing with that. So on that question, I think for us at JP Morgan, and in my personal opinion, it goes back to a little bit of what Lauren said, where it's not just me experiencing the impact if an AI tool is taken away from me, but it's the organization more broadly feeling that pinch. So if there's a downtime scenario, then you get the feedback that, hey, things are in need of change. So when the general sentiment has become that this tool is a part of everyday use, I think that for us signals that it's no longer just vision, but well into execution.
Yes. So I think we're already hearing the difference between doing AI and becoming AI enabled as well. So Daniel, I have a question for you specifically. What's one AI initiative that looked brilliant on paper but collapsed in real operations? And what did that failure teach you about designing for scale?
Well, actually, I'll talk about how we also turn that around. So one of my favorite clients projects is with PwC. So PwC in the UK have 5,000 auditors that they need to allocate to a demand. Now, workforce allocation is called an optimization problem. And historically, organizations, companies have people trying to solve this maths problem. And just to geek out a second, if you have 5 people to allocate to 5 jobs, there are 120 possible solutions. If you have 15 people to allocate to 15 jobs, you have 1 trillion solutions. If you have 60 people to allocate to 60 jobs, you have more solutions than there are atoms in the universe. PwC have 5,000 people to allocate to jobs. So it's actually a mathematical problem that's impossible for a human being to solve. The KPI for success for this project was if you can increase utilization, so unlock billable hours by 2.5% using AI, the project will be an overwhelming success. We built an algorithm that actually unlocked 12.5% utilization. Now, what was really interesting about this is that whilst it overachieved on one KPI, people would be driving longer distances to clients. Clients wouldn't be getting the continuity they wanted. Employees wouldn't be having time to train. So the point here is that AI can massively overachieve the KPI or goal it's given, but it then can cause harm elsewhere in the supply chain. It would have caused a massive problem across the supply chain, but it would have unlocked a lot of utilization. So the lesson here is that you now have to think about holistically how achieving the goal will apply across the entire supply chain. So now whilst utilization has gone down to 4%, which is a massive still success, travel time is down 25%, employee satisfaction is up, client satisfaction is up. AI has the opportunity to improve all KPIs, but if you just focus on one, it can drive massive problems in your organization.
Yeah, that aligns with what I've seen across large enterprises. So beautifully architected systems can collapse the moment that they meet messy real world data as well. So I'll pivot to the group. When we talk about redesigning systems early on, it's those hidden handoffs, the ones nobody documents, that make or break scale. So Rob, let me pivot to Rob. When embedding AI into critical systems, what's the oh shit risk you reverse engineer first? And how does that influence architecture or guardrails?
Well, that's a really good question. And I think most organizations are really struggling with it right now, primarily due to the fact that typically when you're deploying new technologies and you're trying to assess risk, you have a little bit more time to be able to, have a 6-month period to say, okay, how do we assess it? What are the critical security points that you need to potentially take a look at? But in reality, right now, models and new models, DeepSeek, for example, are being forced on organizations saying if you're not immediately adding these capabilities to your backend infrastructure, you might be left behind. There's this aspect of it that the leadership in the organizations have downward pressure on the technology groups and security teams saying we need to get this deployed so we're going to be able to make eye contact with our competitors. On the flip side, security teams are trying to do their best to tie a rope around leadership saying, hey, we want you to lean forward, but we wanted you to do it in a safe way. Give us a chance to do at least some kicking of the tires of these implementations. Right now, there's a lot of groups out there because it's such a new technology that how to do assessments of these embedded models and these technologies inside the groups, or even whether using third-party implementations and tools. I know that sounds very hand-wavy, but if you even use something like ChatGPT, what are the risks associated even with enterprise models that if you're uploading data to, that there's still not going to be data leakage? What type of red teaming can you accomplish at this point to be able to assess it, to be able to lower risk? This is a fundamental problem, and even the security analysis of the teams and leadership struggling with it because of the fact that they need to maintain velocity with their competitors.
Thank you, Rob. And now I will pivot to the group. Building on that point, what's one misconception that repeatedly derails AI execution? And we'll start with you, Mrinal, and move to Daniel, and then Lauren.
So I think you have to be careful with launching AI in any organization. And in my personal view, what we just talked about with leadership pressure from the top, it's important, right? Like if you have skeptics in an organization at the top, you're not really going to be able to drive it. But I think the one misconception, in my view, that has been the biggest hurdle is that, it's not perfect, so we shouldn't use it, right? But I think with the right guardrails, even though AI tools and solutions may not be perfect today, with the right human in the loop, with the right training, with the right disclosures, I think it's far, far more useful than if you go try to live without it today.
Yes, thank you. And Daniel?
I'll try to be quick. I'm going to say 4. One is if you've never built software and scaled software in your organization, you're going to find it very hard to build and scale AI because people think that it's possible to use AI. It's very hard to actually build AI to make it work. The second is hiring talent. A lot of organizations think they can attract talent. And the reality is if you want to build differentiated AI solutions, you need to have differentiated talent. And a lot of organizations can't attract and retain differentiated talent. The third is, for 15 years, we've been telling everybody to get their data in order. Your data is never going to be ready. Start with the problem and work backwards, work to the data. And then finally, I'm guilty of this, focusing on quick wins and low-hanging fruit. The reality is that quick wins and low-hanging fruit are not going to differentiate your business. There's going to be third-party vendors out there that will help you solve those problems at a fraction of your price. You need to focus on the problems that are hard and differentiated, and those they're not quick and they're not easy.
And Lauren.
Okay, I'm sorry, I forgot the order. I'm like, okay, she's going to tell me when it's my turn. No, I think everybody is really saying in different ways what I would say, but I think the biggest thing with like doing any of this AI, implementing it on your team, whatever like level that you're at, is just the communication factor about truly like the data, working backwards. Like, what are we trying to solve? Is there another tool out there that already exists that can help us with this, or do we need to build something? And I think teams that we work with, so we're a SaaS platform, we help teams screen frontline workers using AI. So we have kind of heard every possible fear around like building a system or using an AI system. And I think just with these systems, they are here to help you progress along. I know they can replace certain things, but it's like they are going to shine a light on the good or the bad, but you've got to have that human there to really be like the star role of whatever system you're going to build. And I think that we just really focus on that, is to always make sure that AI is a helper to the person that's building, that's executing, rather than taking it over.
I have a quick point on this, if you don't mind.
Sure.
The analogy I like using on this is that most organizations are really struggling with the fact that it's such a new technology. It's akin to taking a horse and buggy when the car comes out and figuring out how to attach the horse to the car. And the solution to this is every group out there needs more Doc Browns from Back to the Future with the crazy ideas. The challenge most organizations are thinking is how to apply the current technology base, the way customers and their internal employees are using this technology, to how do you potentially add AI to it. This is such a fundamental technological change. We need to take a step back and stop trying to attach the horse to the car and saying, hey, what is the car actually representing? It's leaving that old technology behind. And most organizations cannot do that without a couple visionaries, those Doc Browns on your team, to be able to see what the future might look like.
And Rob, to your point too, and I think that this is a question, or it's going to weave in somewhere. It's like, it's such an overwhelming process at the beginning. And I think that there's people here from all stages of implementation, and just pick one thing and start there. I think that you can find a tool for literally everything. And that is, in my opinion, the most overwhelming way to go about it. I think you need to pick just the one thing, have one person, maybe a team, lead that one particular thing. And then once you get familiar with that, it's so easy to like add other things or figure out what you could build yourself or all that. But I think just like start slow, and that's okay.
Yes. And I think to every single one of your points, this is where organizations hit their first real wall, right? Risk and misconception. So for anyone who wants to take this next one on, what early processes must be redesigned first if AI is ever going to scale beyond pilot theater?
I'll be really short on this one. Here's the issue, that you're like either a helicopter parent on the playground with your kids, or you are letting the kids free roam a little bit with the parent sitting on their phone, kind of watching from the side. AI is one of these technologies you need to let your employees explore and get that muscle memory and those fine motor skills by playing on the playground. If you're a helicopter parent and running over to your kids and saying, don't do this, pick the kids up, those kids are at a developmental disadvantage when the kids start playing soccer at age 3, and one of those kids gets bumped over and has no understanding of why that is. You're either leaving your kids behind, your employees behind, by jumping in too early, but you need to do it with a lifeguard or a parent on the side to say, hey, listen, we're going to let you know where these risks occur. But if you are not allowed to explore enough, you're not going to be able to develop yourselves in the necessary way to be able to move the organization forward.
I think it's actually possible to have a dual approach. I agree with both of those. And in WPP, we have, 100,000 employees, of which 70,000 are actively using AI. We've got about 50,000 agents that have been built. So the dual approach is let people innovate at the edge. So make the tools available for them to use and build AI solutions in a safe and guardrailed way, so it's not causing harm to the organization. So allow them to innovate and come up with those use cases. But the second, if you do want to build differentiated solutions, you can't necessarily leave it to people on the edge. You need to have specialized AI experts that build complex, scalable technology. So we have a centralized team of about 1,000 people that understand that there are some things you just can't have an individual build, that you need an entire team to be able to make sure that these technologies are working, they're safe, they're scalable, they're using the right data, etc. And I think that dual approach is probably a good strategy.
Excellent point, Daniel. And Lauren, let's shift into the human experience side. So how do you roll AI out without overwhelming people or sparking job replacements here?
Yeah, I think if you stay on LinkedIn long enough right now, and it's been interesting to watch like the ebb and flow of how people in the HR space do feel about AI. So I always compare it to, I used to work in HR in a marketing agency. And when Canva came out, all the graphic designers were like, no, like we're never going to have a job. Nobody's going to ever want to use us again. And now it's so funny to see graphic designers just able to work within Canva and maximize what they're able to do. And I think having just really transparent conversations like that with your team. Now, we work with a lot of hospitality, retail, sales, very entry level people who hire for entry level roles, and lots of startups, hospitality groups is who we work with. And so in that environment, we just have seen them have success in being like, hey, certain tasks that you do may be replaced by AI, but don't you want them to be? Like, do you want to do all this busy work? And so unfortunately, there are jobs that can be replaced by AI, but overall, our leading principle with Personality Pool and the tools that we build for HR people is we say this in our team meetings all the time. It's the human is the star of human resources and AI is the supporting character. And I think that's really important because we do help you screen candidates, but we don't make the final decision. We don't weed people out because AI is amazing for so many tasks, so many things. Like I literally couldn't live without it. Now I'm one of those people, but it's like, there's still warmth and human intent and things that a computer, in my opinion, is never going to be able to feel and measure like a human can. And so, yeah, I think just having those conversations early with your team, they've got to be put at ease, and then letting them know like this is the future. You have to adapt. I mean, it would be like refusing to put email on your phone or something like that. Like AI is here, it's been here, and just encouraging people to instead of being so fearful, look at all the things that actually can just make you better at. So lots of transparent conversations. That's what we see win.
That's so true. It's often the smallest, least glamorous use cases, the ones that, save someone 90 minutes of painful admin that shift the culture first. So thank you.
And Vanessa, if I can just add to that, I think Lauren summarized it really well, right? For me personally, it's a productivity tool and not a replacement. Imagine trying to do calculations by hand when you have Microsoft Excel. Why would you do that?
I love that example. And actually, my next question was going to be towards you, Mrinal. So if you will allow me to steal some more of your time, when you design AI systems inside a highly regulated environment, what's the risk you reverse engineer from day one?
Yeah, I think, Rob spoke about earlier data leakage, right? Like we are a highly regulated enterprise. There's lots of data that's extremely sensitive and we have to be careful with. So aside from data leakage, the other one that, in my opinion, is of utmost importance is really estimation risk. How you can ensure that users are getting reliable responses so that there's no lack of trust in the system and, lack of credibility in the products we're putting out there if they're giving unreliable responses. So how we manage that is, varies by organization, but as promoters of AI, I think thorough data science testing is important, the right terms of use, the right training and user education. They're all things we have to do to make sure that estimation risk for models hallucinating is something folks are aware of, and they're reminded to use it responsibly and check their responses before using that further in whatever workflows they work on.
Yes, and regulated industries prove this over and over. So thank you for that answer, Mrinal. This is to the group. We can take 1 to 2 answers on this. And can you share an example where constraints, security, resilience, compliance, forced a redesign that actually made the system stronger?
I mean, I'm happy to talk about this. So large language models are a little bit like intoxicated graduates right now, and what I remind people is that they are deploying intoxicated graduates across their organization. And forgive the technical term, but it's going to be a shit show because those intoxicated graduates are not necessarily fit for purpose. And really, there's 2 ways of testing AI. Is the first way, and again, sorry to geek out here, but it's called non-functional verification. So you're testing for security and resilience and cost and all that kind of stuff. But you also need to functionally verify an AI. Does this actually have the ability to be able to do its job? And a lot of people think that an AI can just do its job. But the reality is, if you wouldn't hire an intoxicated graduate to do the job, then don't hire an AI. If you want an AI to do your job, you have to turn it into an expert, and that currently takes months of training and human intervention and trial and error, blood, sweat, tears. But functionally testing AIs is a very hard problem. And again, what's happening is that we're enabling organizations to essentially deploy software. And what people don't realize is that 80% of the effort of deploying software is testing. So what I think is going to happen over the next few years is that companies will deploy AI. Sometimes it will work, most of the time it won't. And then that will actually force much more emphasis on governance and testing.
Yes, this is the part most leaders underestimate, I think. Constraints increase the quality, right? So let's widen the lens again. And this is, again, to the group. So for an organization struggling to align security and HR and operations and data science, what's the simplest way to build shared priorities so integration actually works?
Oh, that's it. I'm going to jump in. So this is a really tough question, because I think most organizations think that they have the solutions of what AI could do for them already mapped out. And that's the biggest challenge. I'll give you one with analogies here. And I can't remember who said this first. It wasn't me, but I love what is considered the toaster analogy for AI. In order for the toaster to be invented, you had to have power lines, and electricity show up in the house. That's a lot of infrastructure, which is typically what we're focusing on right now. Going back to the intoxicated, graduate, which, I love that analogy, is we're connecting all this stuff in here. But at some point, someone had to look at that plug and say, you know what we need? Toasty bread. We can't currently see the toasters that are actually going to be implemented that are going to result in ROI. But you look at the electrical outlets that are in a kitchen now, how many appliances never would have been existing without someone looking at that says, I could go invent a refrigerator now. I could go invent an electric stove. We can't see the horizon view. I think most organizations kind of say, well, I could see everything that this technology is going to do for us. But that's where the real ROI is going to come into play, is the things over the horizon that this critical infrastructure that Daniel just mentioned that's being implemented now is going to enable. And that's the true ROI that most organizations are going to need to focus in on.
Daniel, did you want to jump in on this question as well?
No, I agree. I agree with that.
Okay. Great. And that's the alignment breakthrough we see in organizations that actually scale, right? So let's go ahead and move into, the difference between a pilot and an operating model. And I think my next question will be to the group as well. Which people metrics do you pay attention to more than the CFO? And which CFO metric has forced you to rethink the HR lens?
I mean, for us, the primary metric is usage. The more people using it, the more we think they're valuing it, the more we think that actually is driving benefit to the business. Actually, as Rob said, we're now looking at how that is then being turned into ROI. But the expectation is that because people are using it, it's actually making their work lives better. So for us, the more people that use AI, the better. And going back to one of the points you've made, actually, people are not seeing AI as a threat, particularly in our industry. We can actually get AI now to come up with ads, creative campaigns that would have won Cannes Lions Awards. So we know we can get AIs to come up with creative ideas as good as a human being. Our employees are not seeing that as a threat. What they're seeing it is they're seeing it as a superpower, the ability to now come up with hundreds of award-winning ideas. And what's also interesting as well is that we're finding an interesting behavioral change, which is people that have a breadth of knowledge, people that have done art history or philosophy or anthropology, people, photography, lighting, camera, aperture, lighting angles, all that kind of stuff. They're able to ask much better questions of the AI. They're able to refer to some tribal artwork in some corner of humanity that I will have never have heard of. So I think people are starting to appreciate that actually having a breadth of knowledge, understanding the classics, understanding history, allows you to ask better questions of the AI. If you ask better questions, you get better answers. So that's a really interesting change that we've seen over the past few years.
I think for us, again, I'm in a bit of a different part of the AI world than my co-panelists, but for us, how our users measure ROI is they have literally honed in on that time to screen. And so for us, we know that our tool is successful in their business and in their use case when they can say, hey, we've implemented this one tool and our time to screen is down 30%. And so what Daniel said, I mean, it's all about usage, but I am watching people less internally. Our team uses it all the time, but it's been really fun to watch people across that are in the hiring seats that I'm not in anymore and what they're measuring. And yeah, that's success for us. Did you pick a metric and is it improving? No matter how simple it is, are you saving time and money? And it's been fun to watch that happen.
Yeah, just add to that, it's usage and usage intensity that I think get the most sort of early insight into ROI. So even, things like self-reported surveys of time saved per week, I think is valuable to think about.
The HR component that you mentioned is also a really good thought process here, is that there's a panel, I think, and 2 panels from now that talk about would AI potentially become your boss? Is it a coworker? What does this look like? This type of thinking where you're breaking glass, where you're, breaking the mold of what people assume, this is not just technology in your hand like an iPhone. This could rewrite organizational structures from the bottom up and top down. And, do you need again, this is where people talk about the white collar workforce. Do you need that many managers, or some of those capabilities and roles going to be handled by workflows and agents? And again, that's what scares people here. But at the same time, is HR going to be managing these agents that are going to be interacting with humans as much as humans interacting with the agents? You pause there and either 2 things will happen. You're laying awake at night at 3 a.m. excited about the possibility, or you're stressed out because of it. But it's that line of thinking that we need those Doc Browns, I go back to that analogy, inside the organization to rewrite the way orgs might be structured. And there are a couple examples out there where HR and IT have now merged because IT runs the agents and HR needs to write job descriptions for them.
I mean, this is something actually I've been really passionate about for many years, is organizational structure using AI. And I guess most organizations, as we know, operate as hierarchies. And I think we all know that hierarchies are not necessarily the conducive structure for innovation and adaptive organizations. They're a crude mechanism for distributed decision making. What AI has been enabling actually for many years, even before ChatGPT, is the ability to profile an individual, their skills, their hopes, dreams, desires, their relationships with other people, their influence. You can essentially build a digital twin of each one of your employees. One of the things, for example, that we were doing many years ago, which was before I realized it was illegal, is that we used to get everybody to make public recommendations of their salary. So everybody would publicly declare, including me, what they want to be paid. Then people would then vote on whether those salaries should be reduced or increased or kept the same. And we would use AI to determine how many votes one person has for another. If I've worked very closely with you for the past year, if I'm very knowledgeable about your domain, which I can see from the data, I will have more votes for your salary. So I know it sounds crazy, but I had interns voting on people's salaries that had more weighting than me because they were better placed to make that decision. This is called a liquid organization. What organizations are really trying to do, the problem that you're trying to solve for, is how do I get the best diverse group of experts, and that's not necessarily always human beings, it could also be agents, to swarm around the problem to solve the problem. Sometimes that might be one person, or it could be 17 people. And what AI is enabling is the ability to essentially create these liquid or weighted democratic organizations.
I love that example about democratizing the salary structure for people. It's so interesting. Thank you, Daniel, for sharing that.
Yeah.
All right, let's finish strong with a rapid fire, forward-looking sort of round. So we'll start with, if you were dropped into a mid-sized organization with a modest budget and a 6-month mandate to make AI real, what's the first experiment that you'd run and what would you measure? And we will start with you, Lauren, and work our way down.
It's me here talking about candidate screening again. But for me, if I was in the HR space and I had a limited budget, I would pick one simple thing, like what's the bottleneck in your process? It could be the smallest thing. And then I maybe wouldn't say build a tool, although I can get dangerous with a couple of apps on building tools, but we won't talk about the security of that with these guys. But yeah, I would just find that one thing. What is it? Because there is so many affordable tools out there that may be, I think with personality pool, what we really encourage people to do, I mean, we integrate all the way up into the enterprise level, but if you're wanting to like just test the waters of a tool, we'll use ours as an example. We say, let's do one role and let's measure one thing about it. Are you getting better candidates? Is it quicker to hire? So I think, yeah, just scale back. There's a million things you can do with your organization with AI, but there's so many baby steps that you can take into. And once you get really comfortable with one thing and see the benefits, I think it's a lot easier to add other things on top of it and know what works and what doesn't without making a huge time and money investment in the wrong place.
Thank you so much, Lauren. And Daniel?
I mean, this might be a boring answer, but I'd actually implement Agile and Scrum across the entire organization. Agile and Scrum they inverse the power structure, and they also allow you to start being data-driven. So understanding what teams are good, why they're bad, how they're performing. And once you start to establish a sort of a regular cadence, capturing data and giving feedback, then you can start to think about how to optimize across those teams. And I talked about this idea of liquid organizations, and most organizations feel like they're a million miles away from that. But if you just started with feedback, if you just started trying to understand what are the feedback needs of this person based on the digital footprint, what are the right people in the ecosystem to help them with that feedback, you can very simply then go from feedback to skills assessment, to performance setting, to salary setting. If you can solve feedback, you can solve all the other things in this liquid way.
All right, let's move forward with Mrinal.
Yeah. So in slight contrast to what Daniel said earlier, I think for this kind of scenario, I would look at a quick win. And borrowing from what Lauren was saying around candidate screening, I think trying to show the organization the power of AI as a productivity tool for things like document handling more broadly than just candidate screening in recruitment. Like, there's so much you can do with documents, whether that's pre-filling other documents, whether that's automating data entry tasks, whether that's reading scanned documents and manually taking actions. I think that would be a quick experiment to run and see that, for an organization that's heavily dependent on documents, which many are, what can you do with AI to really show the transformative power of the tool?
Thank you. And Rob, why don't you take us home?
Lauren said something amazing earlier. And Lauren, I really love this. I'm going to have to borrow this. Humans a star and AI is a supporting character. Given that, I'm going to tell everyone in here, not that 6-month window, I'm going to give you a 3-month window. You're going to be able to realize ROI. Number one, shadow AI exists. You need to turn it from shadow AI into sunlight AI. The way you do that is take your security team and legal teams and tell them 2 things. Number one, they have to default to a yes. 51% of the requests have to come in. You have to find a way to say no, otherwise it's a yes. Security teams and legal also must attach themselves to each business unit. And the business unit, I don't like the term AI champions, need to be encouraged to have the experimentation. So you take that budget and allow those teams to decide what tools they could go purchase to get their jobs done. Encourage that as a bunch of experimentation. And one of the ways you have to also enable this is stop, and I mentioned this yesterday as well, stop AI shaming. Meaning that if someone is doing an experiment with AI, there should be no side eye saying, oh, that's just, taking over your work. In order to get the biggest ROI as quick as possible, the organization must enable the humans.
I love that. Thank you so much, Rob. A huge thank you to Daniel, Rob, Lauren, Kelly, and Mrinal. You brought some real clarity, some real honesty to the execution side of AI. And thank you to our audience for being part of this conversation. So thank you to all of our panelists, and enjoy the rest of day 2. Take care.
Thank you, Vanessa, and thank you to all of our experts for such a strong start to the morning. And to our viewers who are along this journey with us, one thing that really stuck with me this morning was from our panelist, Lauren from Personality Pool, that she said, human is the star, AI is the supporting character. I'm Danielle LePage, Chief Learning Officer here at Hacking HR, coming at you live from Playa del Carmen in Mexico. And I'm very glad to be your host for the rest of today's sessions. If you have any questions, concerns, or comments, our team is live in the comments. And if you are having any issues on LinkedIn Live this morning, join us over on our live YouTube channel. We will put the link back in the comments again, so you can have that available to you. All right, the first conversation this morning gave us a look at how much thoughtful structure matters when teams begin working with AI. Clarity, coordination, and shared expectations make a real difference in how smooth everything goes. And that leads us straight into our next session. Readiness is the new differentiator, building technical, cultural, and human capability at scale for the age of AI, which focuses on readiness, not just technical readiness, but the confidence, skills, and shared understanding that help teams adapt to the changes AI brings into daily work. So let's continue our conversation today. We're happy to have you here with us. And please help me welcome our moderator, Frank Gonzalez. Hello, Frank.
Hello, Danielle. How are you, my friend?
I'm pretty good. I'm glad to meet you, Frank. How are things going today?
Great to see you, my friend. Hope you are doing well and safe. And welcome, or thank you for staying with us, to all of you all that are participating around the globe. I see you. It takes a lot to be able to pause, and I congratulate you as well for taking time for your own self in this busy personal and professional world that we live in, especially around digital.
Absolutely. And Frank, I will let you take over the panel. So I'll see you later, okay?
All right, my friend. And
Have fun.
thank you. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much. Yes, I am Frank, or Dr. Frankie G. I'm a people and culture executive with 2 decades of cross-industry experiences in data-driven designs, inclusive initiatives, talent, organizational development, etc. But I have the honor of serving as your moderator today. And it's not about me. It's about these wonderful folks. So please, as I thank you all in the virtual world today, make sure you've got something. I know we're talking about AI, but sometimes as you involve the sensories and get, type it, listen, write it, all that kind of thing, get your notebooks ready, because I know you are in for a treat. We had a really great session that I was even listening into around the strategy to systems. And also stay tuned for our AI agent from our bosses and coworkers. But thank you again, Hacking HR. Thank you, our panelists and our audience, and give them affirmations. I'm gonna do my best to also curate the chat, but give them some affirmations, emojis, reactions, interactions as much as possible, my friends. And let's dive in, because we know that these experiences go by so quickly. Yep, I see. There's already affirmations. Naomi, I got you. I see you. And Edna, I see you. All right, amazing. Yep. Well, I think what's really, as we set this up, let's kind of kick off already. I'd love to hear, and we'll kind of go clockwise. All right. So, Katia, I will actually start with you, kind of get you ready, right? But why? Oh, she just popped off as soon as I said that in the virtual world. David, we will start with you, and hopefully Katia will be able to join us back. David, we'll start with you. I'd really be interested on why this subject is important to you, why you said yes. And as you also think about that, I think our audience would really love to hear, your efforts around trust building practices, refreshed leadership development, because I think that refresh with AI is definitely there, right? And how are you helping your team organizations with that, especially as we are scaling, the technical, the cultural pieces, the human capability and essence in this age of AI? How are you building that cultural readiness, my friends? Let's start with you, David.
Okay. Well, hi, everyone. Glad to be here. So, I have an interesting dynamic where, we are incorporating, obviously, AI within our organization, but also the role I play. I'm in a company that builds AI agents, and I'm interacting with my customers and partners who are taking on these agents and changing the way they go to market, the way they deliver, and the way they incorporate the agents that we're providing. So I kind of see it from 2 different angles. And, so from a readiness perspective, internally, I think it really starts with shaking out any fear of AI. I know there's, you have people on different kind of playing fields. You have some who are eager to adopt AI. You have some who have a negative kind of view of it, and then you have some who just don't really know where to go. So I think you have to address these different folks and meet them where they're at. And it really starts with leadership and the communication of the value it's going to bring, not making sure it's not perceived as a threat, and really encouraging and making it fun and engaging so they can start to see those measurable results. And I think we're all inundated with AI, and we hear in our personal lives, and at least in the context of what I do, it's all we're talking about. So making sure we bring it down to their level in the context of how they're going to use it, how it's going to make a difference, and get them excited, and then take incremental steps, not make it overwhelming or over inundate them with capabilities or tools, but how can we start to incorporate it, let them see success and the power of AI in their daily lives and in their work lives, and then get that adoption to slowly ramp over time. So that can come with education, with communication, all things that go around change management, traditional change management. And again, seeing this also with our customers as we're giving them software and AI and automation, and helping them as they enable their teams.
Okay, mic drop. Thank you, David, my friend. A little virtual round of applause. And I wrote this down. I think this should be put on a t-shirt. I'm all about the t-shirt world, or, some sort of bracelet or pins or something like that. I build AI agents. I think that should be on a t-shirt somehow, but then in the back and says, I also build trust on there. I love that. That would be great. I had a request in the chat here. Officially, and I may have missed this, my friend, officially your organization and title, if you're open and willing to share that.
Absolutely. So I work for a company called OpKey, and we build AI and automation. We started as a test automation solution, but we've been focused more as a complete platform, enabling how we implement, operate, and optimize large enterprise systems. So, Oracle, Workday, and many different others, as there's a ton of cost and investment and time and effort that goes into that. So we work with direct customers. So everyone has a core system that they use for HR as well as finance and supply chain. So working with direct customers who are managing and operating, as well as partners, who are going to market and implementing. Everyone's looking at cost. They're looking at return on investment. And, we're building solutions to help customers, partners, and the software providers that bring these solutions to market. My role in OpKey, I'm a principal. I lead our global pre-sales team, and I also focus on delivery innovation. I came from consulting, spent decades implementing these large enterprise applications, and now am on the other side in the software world, enabling and helping to drive our roadmap and our capabilities so we can best serve our customers and solve the challenges that they have.
All right, my friend. Thank you. And love it. Love it. A lot of affirmations in the comments. And Jordan. Oh, Jordan is super resilient. She's battling with some voice. So not only we're going to encourage as panelists here, right? But in a virtual world, she is resilient and wants to be here. And we would love to still hear from you as much as you can, my friend.
Thank you. So I apologize. Recovering from a cold, so I can type stuff too. But I'm Jordan. I work with Arcadia, and I have the pleasure of being the VP of People. And so we are on a mission to help enable technology in the clean tech space. And so on top of what David said, one thing at Arcadia we're really trying to foster is curiosity and creating the environment for curiosity, and also to not get it right the first time. So we can talk about more examples later in our panel, but I think the first step is to try something. And so creating that environment to explore, to, manage your schedule accordingly. And like David said, have leaders empower folks to be curious and set aside time to just explore and dabble around the system.
Thank you. Sometimes I forget that I got to do my job here. I'm trying to moderate. I'm like writing notes down. So I hope the audience is too, because I'm with that double down on that curious, because that was it's a different perspective, but almost in my mind, at least, very kind of a linear theme there. Exactly. It's not a threat. Be curious about that. And even in the previous panel, one of the panelists talked about hiring. So it's almost that hiring for curious mindsets that do want to explore it and don't want to necessarily have it as a threat. And maybe you start with that, the non-threatening kind of initiatives and programs, and just kind of play with certain things, right? And then see how it works. And then you get yourself a little uncomfortable at some point. So I like it. Thank you, Jordan. And thank you so much for being with us still. David, I'd like to hear from you, my friend.
Hi, everybody. I am Davida, and I'm joining from Northern California. And so 7:53 in my land. I work for Hannah Anderson, which is a children's premium retail. Right now, we're fully digital, getting back into boutique stores. And I am the chief people officer for the organization. And so I'm loving everything that everyone said. And I think we're all going to, I'm feeling the energy of expressing very similar sentiments. And so for us at Hannah, truly the cultural work really began a couple of years ago. And the work of AI is anchored in the same set of core principles as our people strategy. So our purpose, David, you referenced trust, clarity, psychological safety, humanity, and connection. And so we've done a few things. Excuse me, I have a tickle in my throat and I'm drinking some lemon water, so excuse me. So earlier this spring, two of our team leaders across people and tech came together and really worked to co-author first an AI policy, really outlining responsible use, privacy, the data care, like all the good technical stuff, and the moments where human judgment really is going to remain central. And so again, like how do we stamp the okay for people to test, trial, and learn? And then sharing this language broadly really has given folks an expressed desire to feel safe experimenting. I think, Jordan, you also referenced that, and you referenced curiosity, which honestly is one of our Hannah values, and enough structure to know where those boundaries are. And then we work through something separate where I took, sort of like the leap in shaping a shared governance between my CTO and I in building an enterprise AI RACI and engaging with him just to align on it, get our roles clear, get our responsibilities clear. What do you own? What do I own? What do we own together? And how do we continue to drive the work forward? And then one of the most grounding moments for us was this past summer. We do something called Hannah Learns Live. And it was a session focusing exclusively on AI, where teams across talent, IT, planning, e-com, I probably am missing someone, but they came together to share like real low risk use cases, in addition to some, like education, again, to continue to let folks know that we are creating the environment where it's safe to explore. We want all folks to explore. We want all folks to learn and feel supported in trying new things.
Oh my gosh. I'm gonna get fired from hacking HR and not do my job, but don't
do it, Enrique.
I'm immersed. I know I'm immersed in what you all are saying, and thank you for joining us early in your time zone, my friend, and being resilient as well. That T, oh my God, just like something going around, right? But I love that piece that you talked about, that shared ownership though too, and I think that's so important in anything that's new or refreshed, or we're creating adaptability, et cetera, for middle and 360 around any organization, small or large, in one localized area or global, to really see leaders exploring this together, because that modeled influence is super, super important. And that shared ownership, they see that, right? They see it's like anything else. They see that and you own it, and then it's more impactful. The adaptation is actually more effective. So thank you, my friend. Katika, I'm sorry. Katika, are you there? Can you hear us? I think she might be frozen. We'll hop over for now to Darshna.
Hi, Frank. Can you hear me? Perfect. So many great insights shared from the panel already. Really pleasure to be here. I'm Darshna. I'm the Chief AI Officer of a AI and data consultancy. So we help predominantly legal and finance industry implement a lot of AI solutions. We're also Microsoft and Databricks partner, so do a lot in the community around evangelizing how to use those tools. To answer the question everyone has been so insightfully sharing their knowledge on around cultural readiness, I think besides, I think the kind of key point around business strategy being even more pertinent to kind of democratize and share across the business, leading to great results. I think the two kind of other key pillars I see is around creating psychological safety, which does not start with technology. It starts with understanding your people and creating that safety net so that they can be curious and learn and explore. The way that we've done that internally is predominantly through games. So creating that safe space, we have a brilliant learning and development architect, Ivan Brett. If you guys are a fan of The Traitors, he was previously on The Traitors. Done a lot around kind of how to create that shared language across data and AI, which I think now as we kind of have this expansive space of, we've got real technology, deep technologists with a lot of expertise and knowledge, through to business users who maybe don't understand the inner workings of machine learning, how to evaluate productivity from that AI capability perspective. And I think creating that shared language is kind of critical to getting the results and really meeting people where you are. I know Davida's kind of alluded to that as well. So where do people learn? What are the tools that they're currently using? They shouldn't have to learn how to code in order to get performant results out of AI. It's kind of really meeting them where they are.
I love that so much. I mean, I think that's something that for those, for us, it's a great reminder. And I think also for our audience, if you've heard psych safety before and you're like, okay, that's not new. It's beautifying the basics. It sounds easier than, in the strategy piece than in the implementation execution piece, but really, truly, okay, we want curiosity. Well, curiosity requires exploration and failure. And the psych safety is absolutely needed in order to encourage, not support. Support is very neutral and very, I support you. Encouraging is literally active and saying, let's do this, and starting in different ways and maybe even making it fun. I'll tell you one thing that we did, just a fun fact. I won't say which organization, but one of the organizations, as AI was growing and trying to create that, we started with C-Suite. And we did the fun part of AI and said, you know what? Some of our photos from our last conference, turn all these photos into cartoons, just like funny cartoons. And it was just a fun kind of like exploratory way. And yeah, we got some things wrong because AI was still learning, like, okay, it added things that weren't supposed to be there, kind of got the photos off a little bit, but it was a fun way for our most senior leadership to explore before getting to what you said, Darshana. It was also the strategy piece of it, right? Utilizing for strategy as a kind of a thought partner. So you see that ROI investment on there, right? So thank you for that. And a lot of affirmations going on in the comments. So thank you. I see you all, and also a lot of LinkedIn's that are also the links being shared on profiles. So please do connect with our panelists here, because these times go by so quickly. And I'm sure that they would love to continue that connection, sharing and learning with you all. That will definitely continue after this experience in our panel on today and also this summit. I want to stick with you, Darshana, if I can, and we'll kind of go counterclockwise. I think our audience would love to hear a little bit more about, because you talked about strategy, a little bit more deep dive into the KPIs, the cultural signals that we get that help us proof in concept, as I would say, the investments of that curiosity, the agility, the trust, the technical fluency that your organization is truly growing. Like, how are you designing and measuring that true kind of AI readiness, especially across a diverse workforce as we continue to grow in our globalization?
Yeah, absolutely, Frank. So the way that we're working with a lot of our clients around assessing where they are on that maturity spectrum, whether they're ready to adopt AI, is really firstly understanding what their business strategy is. And I think we kind of work backwards in the sense that we don't start with the technology and what it's capable of. we understand where the business is. What are you trying to achieve? Are you trying to increase your revenue growth? Are you trying to minimize your costs? Are you trying to achieve a certain valuation? And then we look at the kind of cost and revenue generating levers and say, okay, well, let's map that process. What are your offerings? How do your in-house processes work? Whether that's IT, resourcing, HR, etc. And where can we start to develop some of those efficiencies that map onto your business strategy? Once we've kind of mapped those processes, then I guess the critical question is, do you have the data? Because again, we're dealing with a range and spectrum of different organizations. Some that are a little bit mature, they have the data platform, they're ready to kind of start adopting AI. Others that are a little bit kind of more immature and probably need a little bit more work, but that doesn't mean to say that they can't accelerate their journey. It's really around understanding, okay, well, looking at those processes, how mature is the data? Can we augment that data? Nowadays, kind of using synthetic data in a very responsible way is something that can accelerate those journeys. And then really mapping the AI use cases onto those processes. And I think along that process, the kind of critical component is around culture and control. So making sure that you do have, obviously, risk-averse and responsible governance processes, but that don't stifle innovation. They need to be working with the yes mentality. Likewise, with culture, bringing those people that are going to be using those tools very early on into the design process, make them feel like they have contributed to what works well. And I think the more diversity and multifaceted kind of opinions you can get in those processes ultimately makes the solutions much more fruitful in their productivity, in the KPIs that we're measuring. Just to kind of allude a little bit further on those KPIs, I guess at an organizational level, the things that we're looking at are the number of ideas that come forward, how we bottleneck those and go take them through the assessment process to prioritize which ones are we going to tackle first that are going to have maybe lower amount of complexity in the development process through to higher returns on investment. Obviously, the financial factors are there as well as the AI performance, but I think adoption is a critical KPI that we need to look at. And speed of adoption, now we can measure those in a lot of different ways. In terms of also how we then improve those AI solutions, what kind of feedback are we getting? Obviously, there's the thumbs up, thumbs down, the very simple kind of evaluation measures, but we can also get much more qualitative feedback, whether people are saying, I would actually approach it this way. And depending on the sector you're in, that can obviously vary in terms of quality and quantity as well. So yeah, it's a really interesting area that requires a lot of multifaceted attention, I think, from different departments to kind of work together and really own that AI operating model.
Yeah. Thank you, my friend. I got another affirmation in the chat from Jessica in the audience, the virtual audience, around that psych safety. I love that definitely that build. And I even wrote that down. I love that, the framing of that. Don't focus so much on the AI first, focus on the business first. And I think we do that not just with AI, but I think we do that in so many different programs, initiatives. If you ever work with your procurement office, if you have one, or work with procurement and you see all the vendors and contracts and things that your business has, sometimes a lot of them are inactive because we got sold something or we utilized something and it's no longer, because it didn't align with the map or the initiatives or strategy where the organization was really going. So it's just kind of there. Right. And so it's very similar to AI. And it reminds me of why, yes, it's exciting, but so many folks, so many organizations, I read some recent literature, percentages change, but a significant amount of organizations are failing to adopt AI as excited. They purchase this, that. Yeah, we want all the shiny objects. We want that one. We're going to integrate it. And the utilization, because it didn't necessarily align with not only the people, but the strategy. So yeah, thank you, my friend. Davida, I'd like to hear from you, my friend. Davida.
Thank you. And Darshana, I loved everything that you said. And so, again, I think we're all in good company. And so if I look, we too have to look at our business strategy first. And so our cultural evolution, if you will, isn't really driven by AI. It's driven by, what kind of organization do we really want to be? We want to be one that's connected. We are broken out in thirds. So we are a hybrid organization where we have a third of our base in Portland, a third across 27 states, and a third in Louisville, Kentucky. So we want to be connected. We want to be curious. We want to be values anchored, and one that has all the capabilities required to be high performing. So my bent is really going to be more anchored and centered on, do we have the capabilities within our organization to actually live out all that we aspire to be? So readiness for us is really about the culture, the capabilities, the mindsets, and to Darshana's point, our operating models as an organization. So how are we problem solving? What are we solving for? Do we even think this way? What are we hoping to gain by leveraging AI? And so because we've already embraced sort of this concept early on in wanting people to think in a more elevated way, we're already evolving to allow for the augmentation with AI, whether it be predictive, generative, or agentic. And I believe really trying to hardwire these mindsets and beliefs has afforded us the degree of agility required. And so I like to believe that we have advanced our degree of AI readiness across 5 areas, beginning with culture. And so again, like you'll hear me say thematically, and I'm loving the essence because everyone is seemingly agreeing. We have taken the Timothy Clark 4 stages psychological safety model and have operationalized it. So that includes inclusion, learner, contributor, challenger. And we're also wanting folks to drive this willingness to experiment, to be comfortable naming ambiguity. And then the concept by Amy Edmondson of teaming. So really we move through something we call Goals 2.0 this year. It's a little clunky. We haven't gotten there yet. It's okay. We're embracing imperfection. But this is all about promoting the expectation of cross-functional learning behaviors. The second thing is capability, creating the learning pathways that mirror our broader developmental philosophy, and really getting folks ingrained in foundational literacy. In fact, I had a conversation just the other day, about how do we get more sort of like of the AI 101, because it's not all a one size fits all. The third thing is a big one, and it centers around mindset. And so we've worked to modernize our competency model and our performance rubric for our ICs, for our managers, for our senior leaders to really emphasize curiosity, systems thinking, adaptability, inclusive emotional intelligence, and how to be more proactively executionary in their right. And then the next wave for us is really going to dive into the workflow component. So our operating model, we're going to begin to explore the end-to-end workflow redesign and not just layering AI on top of legacy processes that don't really serve us well. So how are we being smart about it? And then the other piece is, again, the outcome monitoring. And Darshana, again, I love everything that you said, but time to insight, friction reduction, the ideas that are generated, adoption, and of course, sentiment is not going to go away for us. So these elements really are becoming our North Star as we mature our strategy going into 2026.
Ooh, audience, I hope you all are trying to keep up as much as I am right here, though, too, because there was 3 big buckets. I really like how you talked about Timothy Clark and actually expanding a bit on that psych safety, because in that, there's a fine line between those 4 levels. And then there's also a delicate balance between exploiting your workforce and patronizing them, right? Because as you level up and really feel free, you also want to encourage, reward, recognize, etc., those efforts of curiosity and growth. So thank you, my friend. Really appreciate that. Jordan.
Davida, I think I can compliment a lot of what you said in the sense of AI. Like, I think a lot of us are struggling with like where to start, how to start. There's so much happening. At Arcadia, we're trying to just keep things simple. And I love that you mentioned like embracing imperfection. we are too. We're not going to get it right the first time. How can we keep it simple and easy to comprehend for us as we track it, as we encourage folks to learn? And then we can evolve, scale, grow, advance as we learn more about the technology. So I think that's rooted us in how we want to approach this very simplistically and being realistic. And this is a big change for everybody. And we're all on this journey together. And folks are approaching this journey at different levels of eagerness or readiness. So at Arcadia, we've to keep things simple, we have actually promoted and created what we call them like show and tells. We're asking teams to, meet together in a very casual setting. We use Google as our Gemini as our workspace AI tool. And we say, hey, play around with the system or learn about the system. Come to the table and show with us what you've learned. So it's a very low risk environment with a group that and saying and fostering everyone to teach each other and learn each other. Our phase 2 of that approach is, okay, now that we know about the tool, what can we do with the tool and how do we apply that with our business processes and look to enhance some of our operations? So we try to keep things simple and low risk. Simultaneously, we are exploring how we can track AI. All of our different tools have different outputs. So as a business and our leaders, we have to say what matters to us, what do we want to see in the data, and how do we want to enable performance? And then the last piece that we've started to do is, like Davida said, how do we marry AI enablement with performance? We actually evolved our performance review this year, and it was a very, again, low risk, no significant margin was impacted on the employee, but it was a check-in of how are you doing with AI? Tell me what you've learned. Tell me what you didn't learn. Tell me where you need help. I could see this being a more core competency. We have more rigorous assessment on over the years. But for step 1, we are just how are you doing? And just having that honest conversation and just leveling with folks. So, yeah. So in summary, all of ours is keep it simple, keep it easy for everyone, and then you can scale up over time.
Yeah. I love it. Sorry, I'm muting myself. I didn't mean to pause you or anything. I was just like, yes, I'm muting myself too early. Yes, I love it. I really do. And it's woven into the thing that you had kicked us off with that curiosity. And I love that show and learn. And you're absolutely right. It's people are scared of it, but AI will not replace everybody and people, but the cultures that learn a bit faster than the technology, or at least keep pace and show and tell or show and learn, will outpace everyone else or any other organizations and strategy, right? So it's that curiosity and learning and the psych safety and so many different things. What about you, my friend David? What would you build on?
Yeah, so love what everyone's sharing, and maybe just to kind of take a bit of a different angle here. One of the things as organizations, because I've talked to a lot of organizations that almost have paralysis when it comes to AI, and I think Jordan mentioned it well on where do we start, and some are diving in head first, and I know Frank, you mentioned just throwing different AI capabilities and hoping they stick and not really having a plan. So one of the things that I see as creating this paralysis is not having a clear roadmap. And if you don't have a clear roadmap on how you're going to crawl, walk, and run with AI as an organization, it's going to be very hard for you to communicate that and build that readiness and adoption across the organization. The age-old problem of poor data quality, and if we don't have a solid foundation to build AI on top of, it's going to cause challenges, and we're not going to see the performance that we're looking for. And then, the third bucket is governance. How do we make sure we're getting the results that we expect? How do we have guardrails that align to our policies? And based on the different industries that you might be in, that governance can look very different. And walking into AI with these things in place, so you have that buy-in from leadership, and then starting small. And again, as Jordan mentioned, what is the business problem we're trying to solve? That helps you build that readiness, because first of all, you build KPIs on how do we track that efficiencies. And what I love, Davida mentioned, not just slapping AI on top of a business process, but kind of reimagining that process with the technology incorporated and as an enabler throughout. Being able to then track what are the results we're looking for, and then you can more accurately and more have more enriched training and engagement with the end user who's going to be leveraging it day to day, and allow them to consume and to take that on. One thing I would just kind of share from in our organization, since we're an AI organization, as what we're building and deploying, we're a product company and we're selling our product. We also do a lot of marketing. Each of those, so there's our leadership is encouraging. They're making it fun and encouraging. If you found a new way to do something or a new AI capability that's going to help create efficiency, share that. And we're sharing it as a collective organization, but also within our different teams, our different departments. There's this, we've fostered, and maybe we're a little bit further in the adoption curve of AI, but fostered, as it's rapidly evolving, hey, we were doing this a month ago. Is this still the best way to do it? And what you find is it really empowers people to share their experiences. They feel valued when they're bringing something to the table, a new idea or a new way to enhance a business process or the way we conduct our business with the incorporation of AI. And it's only going to get faster. So if we've encouraged this collaboration, it's going to empower people. We're going to make sure we're keeping up, Frank, as you mentioned, with the evolution of AI that just seems to be exponentially getting faster. And at the end of the day, it's going to make it fun and engaging, and that curiosity will be encouraged across the board.
Yeah, absolutely, my friend. Thank you. And thank you. I can't believe these experiences go by so quickly. We're just shy or a little over 5 minutes left in our time. So if I charge it to my head and not to my heart, I want to pause right now and please, audience, my virtual audience, dialing in, give some affirmations and some love for our panelists today. Please connect with them, thank them, give all that kind of encouragement. But thank you, my panelists today, and thank you, Hacking HR. We're not done yet. I want to pause right now in case and stick with us, because there's so much, and please connect with them so that we continue to connect, share, and learn with this together. We do that through change. Is connection is the thing that will bring the resilience up, and so much of those kind of temperature down, that negative temperature, the psych safety to up a little bit as well. As we transition, and I can't believe this, I'm gonna say this, the one big takeaway, right? The non-negotiable, if you had to say it, what would it be? I'd love to hear about that one big takeaway in about a minute or so from you all. Something that's immediate, it's non-negotiable. It's an action that everyone listening and dialing in right now should take to strengthen the organization's readiness, or even it's just them personally with them or their team, because the organization, when I say organization, that can feel overwhelming. It's like, I can't take on the whole organization. There's thousands of people, they're global. There are many markets, as Davida had even said. And actually, we'll start with you, my friend. What would be that one big action?
This is such a tough one. But it really is, because I think this is our moment in so many ways, and maybe I'll start there. So, and this is for all the people, culture, perhaps even ops folks, or, quasi-curious ops folks. The expectations for us and our roles have changed significantly, and, we can't operate any longer as that traditional support function, and it's okay. And so I was somewhere else when I said, take the moment to lean into the ambiguity of your role. And, right now, like, our roles require us to also develop new muscles. And so we have to have a deeper degree of strategic foresight and perspective. I think we also have to be comfortable with ambiguity, and it's difficult, right? So because just the way we grew up, especially for those of us who have grown up deep and wide in this practice, it's not always that comfortable. I think this moment also calls for us to be a little bit stronger in an advisory and coaching capacity. I think we also have to have a higher degree of courage to name and stay up on what's happening and emerging just in this space. And then, we have to be curious in, again, leaning into the advisory component in supporting to redesign work, not just roles, which I think, a lot of us have a higher degree of proficiency on, who have been in the recruitment or talent space. So yeah, I just think we have to be more comfortable stretching ourselves in the same way that we oftentimes ask our leaders to stretch themselves.
Thank you, my friend, so much. Others I want to build on. What's your one big challenge, your one big takeaway for folks that are listening in? We'll go in any order, or last three panels.
Okay, well, I'll jump in. So yeah, no, I love what was shared there by Davida. And, it's not a time to wait any longer, right? The world's changing around us. I mean, we're all experiencing AI in our personal lives. It's being more incorporated into organizations, and it may look different for everyone who's listening in based on where they're at. But be a leader in this space. Upskill yourself as you interact with ways that you can be more efficient. As we said before, AI is not. We shouldn't look at it as replacing. It should be empowering us, and everyone's trying to do more with less. So find ways to accomplish that, to be more effective at what you do, and then encourage those around you, lift others up around you, share what's working for you. Maybe someone who's hesitant, encourage them. And I think that's how we're all going to work together to adopt and upskill. And then as AI continues to expand and new industries are formed, new jobs, new roles are formed, we're going to be more prepared for that, as Davida mentioned. And this ambiguity, we're going to be able to work through it, and we'll come out and be in a good place for wherever we end up landing.
For sure. Thank you, my friend. Jordan or Darshana?
To complement David's sentiments, I'd say be simple, make a plan. It sounds easier said than done, but AI can help you build a plan too. So visit Gemini, visit ChatGPT, whatever your source is, and say, hey, I'm just struggling to figure out how to kick off an AI strategy at my company. Here's what's important to me. Where do I start? And it can give you and guide you and help you just have a format and template to figure out and how you can approach your leadership team.
Love it, my friend. Thank you. Let it know. Maybe that's your psych partner, your psych safety partner. I'm struggling right now. Help me out. Oh, in a friendly tone, please advise me. Right, Darja, bring us home, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd echo a lot of what my fellow panelists have kind of been suggesting around really embedding AI literacy. I think organizational specific. I think organizations need to lean into kind of creating that safe space, but not just through AI courses, but genuinely keeping that practical space to actually play around, adopt these tools, see what it can and can't do, give feedback, etc. And that really needs to be driven from the top. So leaders need to learn in public and show that it's okay to be vulnerable. It's okay not to have all of the answers. And that really gives permission for your team members to do the same.
Bam! Love it, my friends. I feel inspired to take on the rest of the day and week and finish off this year and kick off 2026 energized. Big round of applause, virtual round of applause again for our audience. Thank you to our virtual audience. Stay tuned for the next panel and the rest of the summit experience. Thank you all so much. Be well, be safe, my friends.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you to our panelists and to our community that's staying active in the comment section. One message that really came through clearly is that readiness isn't a single step. It grows through leaning in, communicating, sharing, coaching, and consistently practicing. All right, we're going to continue on our summit journey. Please share the link to the summit wherever you're tuning in from so others around the globe can tap into these gems that we are covering today. We're now shifting into a topic that many teams are exploring for the first time ever. AI agents as working partners. This session is called, are you ready for it? You will have an AI agent for a boss and coworker. Collaboration, creativity, and the reimagined workforce for the human-machine workplace. This raises new questions about collaboration, creative problem solving, and how people and AI share responsibilities. Our next group of speakers brings practical experience from all over the globe across several unique industries. Please welcome our moderator, Kate Marshall. Are you in the house?
I am. Hello.
Hi, Kate. Nice to meet you. How are you doing today?
I am great. I loved that last session.
Oh, yeah, it was awesome, wasn't it? I think they all are, truly.
Yep, for sure. I know. I was a part of it yesterday and had a ton of notes already. So
amazing, amazing. Are you ready to rock and roll?
I'm ready.
Okay, I will check out and leave you to it. We'll see you later.
Thank you. Hello. There is the wonderful crew. I see everybody here. Oh, welcome, welcome. Everybody's unmuted. Deidre, can you unmute for me?
I sure can.
Wonderful. Okay, great. So first, wanted to thank you all for being here. Thank you, Hacking HR, for putting this all together. We are about to dig into what I think is one of the most urgent questions facing, everybody right now, is what happens when AI agents become part of the workforce. They're not coming in as tools. They're coming in as coworkers, as managers, as collaborators, and all I can say is it's going to get weird, right? And so before we jump in, I just wanted to do a quick introduction around the room for everybody, making it fast because I want to make sure we've got plenty of time to dive into this. So we have Deidre Prester here. So Deidre is the Global HR Director at Beam Benefits. And let me move my screen here. Raji Utrapati is the people leader at Everstage. And I have Sherry on as Chief People Officer at Isaacson Miller. And Heather Holland is the founder and Chief Culture and Inclusion Curator of the Holland Collective, LLC. And she's got some really interesting advice and ideas on what is happening in this space with AI as coming in as your coaches too. So I'm really excited about that one. Now, and as we start the discussion, I wanted to frame the session for us. So within the next 6 to 12 months, certainly in the next few years, every organization is going to have AI agents operating inside of the organization, inside of the core workflows. Humans are now entering a world where your new coworkers, they don't get tired, they don't get sick, they don't get confused, they're crystal clear on their objectives, they don't need any kind of career progression, and this mismatch at minimum is going to create a lot of tension with what that looks like. And the organizations that are going to be able to become most effective are the ones that can just capture what is happening in the space with clarity and creating beautiful cultures. And I think this is what we wanted to dive into today for a lot of us. And before we kick off questions, I would love it if you guys were all active inside of the chat. So if you've got questions that pop up, I'll be monitoring those. And please make sure to connect with the entire group, inside of LinkedIn. So this is a great group of people. I'm very, very lucky and happy to have them on. So wonderful. Oh, Samina, you're here too. Sorry. Did I say I didn't introduce you, did I? Oh, geez. I'm so sorry. My screen was shifting. So Samina Simeon is Chief Human Resource Officer at Uptempo and also brought in a ton of great notes as well. Again, great group of people. So Samina, I'm going to start with you. So when we're thinking about what coworkers, AI agents are going to do in this space, what do you think are the first few things that we're going to see as far as AI coworkers?
The way I'm thinking about it is that AI coworkers are going to replace cognitive overhead. I really hope that are not going to replace all of the jobs. We're not ready for that, and it's going to be extremely disruptive. But they will replace things that in the new world, when AI can really power things for speed and accuracy, it's really going to free up people to do more of the judgment, more of the creativity, and more of the relationship-driven work. That's how I'm thinking about it. Now, it's going to be disruptive. We're all going to have to adapt. We're all going to have to learn new technologies and create the right cultures so that our employees and our communities are embracing that. But when I think about AI coworkers or, machines supervising the work, I'm thinking about a couple of things. So I'm thinking about, okay, they're going to pre-read a lot of the materials for meetings and summarize what we all need to know. They're going to help us analyze data and summarize decisions in a super crisp way so that we don't need to spend our cognitive load to do that, for example, at night after a busy day of work, right? Everybody goes home, opens the computer again. It's going to be really good at identifying patterns and risks early so that we can go from reactive to proactive. And that's going to unlock the potential of any team, any organization. I'm thinking something that I don't like doing, maintaining documentation and auditing things. If I can have an agent doing that for me, I would love it and double down on that, right? Things like coordinating handoffs, right, that are not necessarily done in a very smooth way right now. That's also where I see a lot of this agentic AI coming into play. Coaching individuals when we don't have the bandwidth to do it on a one-on-one basis. And the way I'm thinking about all these new coworkers that we're going to have is that it's almost like having an extra brain on every single team to help keep the trains on track. So while it's a little bit scary to think about, okay, we're really in the beginning of a revolution and how the work is going to evolve. And as people leaders, we're going to be part of assembling the system so it doesn't break when the revolution continues to happen. It's happening pretty damn fast. I'm excited about what can that unlock in our employees and in our potential of leading with more creativity and more humanity in the new world. So I think all this technology is going to unlock a lot of the things that maybe today are happening, but we can double down on their impact.
Yeah. And at the beginning, you mentioned cognitive overload or overhead. And I think about all of the studies coming out saying that we're becoming too trusting and we're leaning too heavily on our AI as it is right now. And I guess for any of you in this group, how do you think we avoid that when we're saying, okay, they're going to summarize all the things, they're going to do a lot of the thinking for us, they're going to, they will take on that cognitive load for us, but how do we stay crisp and still thoughtful and not so dependent?
If I may add, Kate, I kind of agree with what Simina said because the AI agents are going to help a lot in regards to breaking down every single documents that we have, reviewing a lot of our works and ensuring it's high quality, and it takes away a lot of our mundane work that we do. But at the same time, I also think that they are going to be like the electricity that we have for every single thing today. Like it's going to be part of our regular routine. It's not that it's a must to have, it's just going to be a kind of a living going forward in the way how we operate at workplace. And how I see the differentiator would come is at the decision making sense, right? Sometimes AI will throw us a lot of recommendation, but at the end of it, we have to take the risk factors, the scenarios, and the human conditions in place, differentiate the context, and make the final decisions. So probably that's where I feel the differentiator would come from where I'm looking at it.
Yeah, no, fully agree. Anybody else have anything that they wanted to note on this one? All right, I want to pivot over to leadership. So how on earth are we supposed to think about managing these agents? Yeah, sure.
I think there are a number of things that we need to keep in mind, from the original set of leadership responsibilities, which is strategy setting, accountability, and decision rights. And that's going to become really important as we have AI proliferating within the organization, used by different people and teams in different ways, and potentially at risk of becoming a little bit of a runaway train if not everybody is at least marching in the same direction, which is where strategy setting comes into play and is really critical. So what are we trying to accomplish? What are we handing over to AI, doing in a collaborative way, and keeping human-led is going to be one of the key responsibilities. And then understanding not just productivity metrics, but outcome metrics. The accountability piece comes in there, and then the decision rights. As things unfold, is in some ways too late. Organizations need to be thinking about who gets to decide where AI is incorporated, when AI and humans disagree, how those disagreements are moderated and the outcomes determined, and then also where we are and are not willing to take significant risks potentially in the organization, risks to our workflow, risks to our reputation, risks to our relationships with customers, clients, and other stakeholders. So there's a leadership is definitely very high stakes, and some of the same lessons of leadership that have been very much in play for a long time apply here, just in a different way.
Yeah, that accountability piece, and also when there's friction between, what do you do when your boss is an agent and you wildly disagree on something? And we've seen articles come out already where they've have AI agents as a board member and they've gotten rid of them, and they're like, go. And I don't know if that's they're not ready yet, or they just don't love the output that's coming through with the feedback. But it will be really interesting. Do you, Sherry, have any sense of how you can keep them both accountable in different ways, or what that would even look like?
Yeah, it's interesting. In some ways, the data might be more easily available for a machine. AI can be audited. I think interestingly, and we may come back to it, there's probably more data that organizations will be able to pull on individual human performance, and on white collar workers in the same way that we can measure productivity at a plant or at some other kind of facility that are very much metrics driven. But ultimately, the person will be responsible for delivering certain aspects of their role, and they are ultimately of the human and the machine. There's if the machine gets shut down, assuming that machines are not sentient, it's a little bit lower stakes if it's something that is not the result of a significant investment, but the investment is in the person. So I think in some ways it ratchets up the expectations and the responsibilities for everyone to not just do their work, do it well, demonstrate efficiency and quality and effectiveness, but also to demonstrate in some ways perhaps that they are leveraging all of the gains and efficiencies such as they are, and doing valuable things with the machine-driven outputs.
Yeah, for sure. Samina, I want to pass it back over to you, talking about performance and how your performance can be managed, because I know that you have some interesting perspectives on this.
Well, when I think about performance in the new world, I'm thinking, first of all, I have a lot of points of view about how performance is being managed today. And I know a lot of us here feel that it's a heavy process. It's super administrative. It takes a lot of time for HR teams, for managers, for employees. Nobody loves how performance evaluations are happening right now, right? So with that in mind, with that context, I'm excited about how performance evaluation is evolving in the age of AI, because it's not becoming anymore a point in time where we're looking 6 months back or 12 months back into what everyone was doing, and we have some data, but a lot of subjectivity around it. It's becoming more continuous and data supported as a process, and even lighter weight as an entire as an entire ecosystem, and it's not becoming any more annual or subjective. It's pretty much a consistent feedback loop that's happening in real time that brings all of the data from all of the systems together to give everyone a more accurate description of how performance is happening, how we can unlock even better performance, and how we can make some of these interventions in real time versus having that 6 months or 12 months lag. So when I think about that, I'm excited eventually to go back to my employees and tell them performance reviews are going to happen in Slack. The agentic AI is going to collect all of the data that we need, and we're only going to focus time on calibrations and coaching, and we're not going to do the administrative ordeal that we were supposed to be doing, since performance evaluations were invented hundreds of years ago and they didn't catch up with modern times. I mean, I know things are evolving and a lot of us are using already AI in writing and all of it, but I think it's prone to becoming even more and more modern as the technology is evolving and people are embracing the new systems. Yeah. So when I think about that, I'm excited about less documentation, fewer surprises, hopefully more clarity, faster course of action. I think all of these things are going to be available to all of us because we're going to have that intelligent partner working alongside HR teams, managers, employees, and everything is going to happen much faster.
Yeah, and that you bring up a great point with that data hygiene of, if you have poor data hygiene, these agents are going to expose that very quickly, and cleaning it up is one thing though. Heather, I saw you jump in.
Yeah, I was going to add to Samina's point. I think AI will be a great agent when it comes to performance reviews to bring out consistency, themes, and kind of look at the organization from a larger viewpoint, and then also be able to narrow down. So use it for that.
Yeah. Of course, we need to check the systems, right? Because as humans are biased, AI agents can be biased as well, right? To make sure that ethical decisions are being surfaced. There is no bias, right? So AI governance is going to become more and more important in HR teams, especially in things like performance reviews, like promotions and other things that are happening in our departments. And that's something that I'm very excited about in making sure every company has a clear strategy on how to support that type of AI governance work. Because surprises will happen and missteps, right? So we need to be there to catch them and make sure that employees are treated fairly. And also they have a way of providing the feedback when they feel like the system is not working how it's supposed to be working.
Yeah. That's also a very, very interesting point too with the bias. I read an article, I can't remember where it was from, but I'll try to find it and put it in LinkedIn. But it was an organization to get rid of the bias, created avatars, each one with very strong different bias that would, fight amongst each other to then, try to even it out and smooth it out. And I thought that was a really interesting way to approach that problem too, and try to remove that, because I know we still see it. So, Deirdre, what do you think?
This is kind of back on Sherry's topic about the managing of AI employees. I think it's really interesting to think about managing humans versus a machine or that. And what does management actually look like? Is it more like vendor management? We're looking at the productivity, we're looking at the results. Do we turn it off? Do we adjust it? Does the person that's managing the team have the ability to change the standards, input different information to make it more effective, efficient, those kind of things? From the upper leadership standpoint, if you have someone that has a team of AI agents, are you looking for them to produce more work, have more output, or are you looking for them to be the strategic lens to know how to guide the agents in there? And so companies really have to think about, why are they using AI agents? What are those agents going to be used for? What are the expectations? And then put a leader over them that has that experience. And I would say vendor management, managing different teams, cohorts, managing the different things to get the best results out of that.
Yeah. And I'm chatting with Sherry earlier, talking about that top-down versus bottom-up approach to this leadership. Sherry, did you want to elaborate on any of that?
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting continued tension within organizations, because you're going to have the way people will learn is in many cases through experimentation, and also some of the lower risk activities that AI can play a role in or take over to some extent today are often personal tasks, research, drafting, etc. And people are going to experiment, and some of them will discover ways to do certain things that may or may not be in line with their organization's strategy and preferred use cases. Let's assume that it will fit within the governance parameters and the technical requirements, because those can be more definitively enforced within organizations. But what do leaders want to accomplish as an organization? Do they have the and do middle managers have the granular understanding about how to translate organizational strategy into team and individual imperatives? There's always going to be this continued tension around, we have this broad strategic vision at the top, we have these things that we're learning to do in all of our individual roles, and where do those meet, or do they meet? Or am I just maintaining my little fiefdom on my team and using AI for ways that I see fit? So that's going to be a really interesting thing to play out.
Yeah, and especially how it changes the org chart. So it used to be a very clear delineation of who managed who and in what, and now when you're adding in agents that need the tech stack from here and the documentation from here, and it's it's going to get wild. With the way that looks too. So, Raji, I want to give you a moment. As a people leader yourself, and deeply ingrained in organizational culture, how are you thinking about setting people up and setting the tone for how agents are going to come in and what we can do, in the meantime?
So I think it's a combination of a lot of things, Kate. I think firstly, the leaders themselves should also have a clarity of the kind of AI agents that they should probably advise their teams to use, because me as an employee, I may be using like 10 different AI agents for my work, but my manager should probably be in a position to advise me like, hey, this works and this may not work. Why don't you try this? So that level of knowledge, I think somewhere the leaders should also inculcate over a point of time. But other than that, I think we also have to set some strong guidelines, like where the AI can be used and where the borderline draws, and where you need to use your own cognitive baseline to make some decisions thereon. So some frameworks around that to set some clarity for people in general to know where to use AI and where they should use their own knowledge could be helpful in some sense, is what I think. I'm open to hear from what my fellow colleagues here on the panel would have shared here.
Yeah, and so opening it up to the group, does that look like a revised job description? Does that look like a crystal clear AI policies, the manifesto from the organization? Is it agent-based when you're attached to a specific agent? Like, how on earth can we do that?
I think it's all those things in one. I think what I've seen right now and what I've experienced are companies starting with using AI to make their current employees faster, more efficient. As we're going into using it as a tool, a method, and a replacement, that's when we have to start getting in the governance of it. And if it's becoming essential to your work job, meaning we have to train them on how we want them to use it too. So yes, it's updating the employee handbooks, which most of us do every year. It's detailing how, when we want people to use AI, the circumstances, the ways. I think on the business side, individual lines of business will have to see and incorporate, hey, this OKR is related. We want AI to help us with it, but otherwise, this is how we want the people to action and those kind of things. So it's all of those things. Job descriptions have to be updated, need to be updated. And also when you're interviewing and talking to people, getting somebody's feelings around AI is key too. Because if I've worked at a couple companies that it was necessary, mandatory, and prescribed, So if I'm interviewing someone, they could be the best candidate out there, but if that's not in their purview or they have very strong reactions against AI, they're not the right person for the company. So
I'll go ahead and jump in, and I look at it a little bit broader in terms of once you put the governance in place as leader and shaping culture, what's our kind of overall perspective, how we governance and the guidance on how we're going to use AI. But then as a leader, you're more so leading and sort of managing that gray area, the gap, and rather than saying offering advice that you do it this way, I think it's more about feeding it prompts. And in the background, AI is helping you shape your culture and helping you shape your leadership style, and calling out those biases. I don't think the biases will ever go away, but I think between the human and the machine, you have a better picture of what those biases are and how they play out in the organization. And then how do you better navigate culture, organizational culture, because it's being shaped between humans and the machine at the same time.
Oh, that is a great point. And I know you lean heavily into AI as a coach. So when we're looking at this and we're looking at, okay, we've got the leadership component, we've got the coaching component, we've got the mentorship component. How do you think we can navigate this, leveraging, AI agents even as a coach?
I think the possibilities are endless.
Yeah.
Just in a space where we're talking about upskilling and development, and the cost of a human coach, where that seems to be a prohibiting factor for some organizations, where AI as a coach may be more cost effective, where you can have more people in the organization can have coaching. And that does not replace human coaching. Maybe human coaching is more at the leadership level and coaching across rather than individuals. And then AI coaching is coaching like within functions and teams. And again, because what's running in the background as the AI coach, I'm including about the prompts and the context. This is how I felt. So that same conversation that you have in your head or with your friends that you may not have with your boss, feed that into AI, and that gives you a better result in terms of how you shape and grow and develop.
Yeah, and really what you're saying is like an AI augmented coaching, where it is that AI human collaboration that seems to work really well. I see that as you really be able to segment, you can really customize, you can use even more of a hive mind, of all of the different knowledge bases that some of these different coaches can bring in. And I'm excited about that as well. I see it's nothing but
permanent part of the team per se, but you have a coach. Coaches need coaches.
Yeah. And for anybody in the group, what kind of person do you think would be absolutely against that? And how do we start to navigate, them into those waters of like, agents are good, avatars are helpful, this isn't all bad. Please go.
I think it starts with finding what's important to them. It may be something unrelated to work. What's your hobby? If your hobby is gardening, how can you use AI for that? And that starts with getting people comfortable and seeing how it can help you in something that's important to you, and that decreases the fear. And then slowly introduce them to other ways and share tips on how you use it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think my first line of resistors will be people that have not touched AI, right? I think those are going to be your first resistors. I would say generationally, people of a certain age and older, that all this AI stuff seems new and different without understanding that AI, artificial intelligence in different forms, has been around for years, will be your resistors. People that subscribe to traditional talk therapy will I think naturally say, a coach who's not really talking to me, but they are, that's going to be weird. Like, and I will say this as a person, I had a friend talking to me about using Chat GBT as therapy, and I was like, that is too much. It's not going to work. But when she showed me the insights that Chat was giving them and the very vulnerable, truthful information they were putting in, the answers were legit. So I feel like that's where you're going to find your resistors. I think us as the HR people have to make it easy for people to adopt. And I think that's where the training, the coaching, and the understanding comes into, like, it has so many different uses that you don't even know you need. Here you go.
If I may just add, that there are a lot of folks who actually go on ChatGPT and get therapy sessions and doctor medications, and a lot of people do that. They come and tell me, hey, it's working, why don't you give it a try? So I know it's happening. Kate, I think there's one team which I feel find it a little difficult to get into the AI adoption than anybody else. I mean, nothing against them. I love my finance team, but I think probably because they work with a lot of sensitive information and a lot of numbers and very important data, they do feel a little bit of resistance to directly jump into something which is so much quicker and faster. So I've just seen that with a lot of my finance folks, but it could be different for others.
I'm going to take a slightly contrarian view on this topic and say, I think there are legitimate concerns, just as there are some legitimate concerns about people who are using AI as therapists, and there have been some publicized cases in which the outcomes have been extremely tragic. I think coaching, thankfully, is a little, relative to therapy, is a little bit less high stakes in the sense that a person's mental health and well-being aren't being impacted, but there are still a lot of things to consider and some concerns that are legitimate. So if I use AI as a coach, does the organization get all of the transcripts of my coaching conversations, and can they use that to determine whether they want to continue to employ me? How will, sycophancy come into play? So if, I think my boss is a jerk and I tell that to AI is, potentially liable to say, yeah, you're right, your boss is a jerk, you should, and validate my feelings, which may or may not be right. So I think also, what are the circumstances in which coaching is deployed? How is it set up? What is, my private realm as an individual versus going back to an organization? I think where there are opportunities to learn and simulate and maybe have a number of, potential stakeholders providing different types of input, I think that's where coaching can potentially, work magic and still allow people who are a little skeptical and who may have legitimate concerns to, explore safely. So, hey, I'm getting ready to have this conversation. I want to prepare. What are some things I should think about? So I think there are lower and maybe, higher stakes or perceived higher risk, coaching use cases that some people may still want to hold off on or, render to the human realm entirely.
Yeah.
If I may add a little bit here, I think we're in for some legal spiciness or legal turbulences when it comes to AI usage in the workplace. And I think it's going to come back to really defining clear swim lanes of what's allowed to do, what's not allowed or recommended to do. And that's it's gonna protect some of the data confidentiality that you just shared, Sherry, and how that can be used potentially against players in this new field. So I expect that we're gonna see some surprises from a legal point of view before a little bit more clarity is gonna be formed on how AI and humans are gonna interact.
Yeah, and I think the rule should apply as it does for when you're using your corporate system. It's like anything that you do on your company's system, can potentially be monitored, and you should operate as such. We've got 10 minutes left. I wanted to pivot to a discussion that's happening inside of the chat, which is really fun, talking about how you should only think of these agents as tools. These agents are not coworkers. They are not collaborators. They are tools, and they need that defined structure. I agree to a certain extent, but then you also, when you add in the human element of this, and you think about how when we migrated from ChatGPT 4 to 5, how many people were so mad because it felt different and it wasn't what they were accustomed to, and it didn't speak to them the way that they previously wanted, so much so that there was an upheaval and they re-released 4, for the people that wanted to make sure to have that. I think us as humans, we are just really good at connecting to, specific things and to people. And there was a comment talking about, maybe see it as a pet that you love. And what do you guys think?
I definitely agree. It is a tool. However, I just think it's a valuable tool that supplements whatever you're going to do at work or not at work. And it's no different than an organization being aware of what is your legal risk, what is your or what's your legal kind of profile, how open are you to risk, and those are human decisions, and using AI as a tool to supplement that. How do you handle other sensitive data, whether that's financial data, people data? That isn't changed. Now, have the laws and our risk tolerance caught up? No, but it was already behind anyway. But it's very much a tool to help you work through those tough conversations, maybe that you're not prepared to have, but it can get you ready to have those tough conversations, whether that be about the relationship at work with your leader, your disagreement with your family member, or potentially even therapy or medication research, so that you can have that conversation with your doctor, but very much a life tool. That's how I look at it.
Yeah. I think it's absolutely a life tool and friend. Like, I think about how I've used it on the personal level, which is conversation. That is human interaction, whether it's with a human or not. You're interacting, I'm ingesting information back and forth in that manner. As you think about it on a broader scale, corporate level, do we need to think about it as in the same ways of thinking about coworker interaction? Like, let's just think about in-office work versus remote work. That's where we had to start thinking about how to treat different people in different circumstances differently, because we absolutely thought about, hey, this is how we engage culture, build culture inside a building when we see each other 5 days. Then we had to learn how to do it remotely. In my head, this is the next transition. How do we encourage collaboration, integration with AI agents, not just the tool usage? Because to me, if you're only using it as a tool, you're not using it as it should be used and to its best possibilities. There's so much more bandwidth for it to be a resource for you. And that's how I'm kind of thinking about, you have to treat it as, it's almost like the new thing we have to be a part of, like remote work, hybrid work. What do people want? And then when you think about AI and using it, how do we engage that in a social way, which is like a human interaction. So.
Yeah. Okay, we are wrapping this up. I cannot believe it. One of the things that I wanted us to close with is just one piece, parting advice from each one of you. Agents are coming. How do we prepare? How do we prepare ourselves, our data, our teams, all of it? What is the one thing that you would want to leave this group with? Samina, I'll start with you.
My advice would be, as HR leaders, don't make promises you don't know if they're going to be accurate. Mm-hmm. We don't know how the world is going to change. We don't know what's going to happen with all the jobs. We don't know what kind of jobs are going to be created and how they're going to look like in the future. But double down on reskilling the workforce and providing as much transparency as possible, so you maintain that level of clarity and psychological safety, so people know what's coming, to the best of leadership's knowledge. That will be my 2 cents. Don't say everything is going to be fine, the jobs are going to be here, because the reality is not all the jobs are going to be here in the next 3, 5, 10 years, and a lot of the things are going to change. Yeah. But investing in the right skills so people can find new roles, new gigs, new whatever the economy it's going to be able to create is the right way to lead, to set them up for as much success as possible.
Yeah, I love that. Raji, parting advice.
Yeah, I would say probably define something explicitly on where you stay human and where do you use AI. Is it going to be strategy decisions or creative or relationships? Client relationships, and make it public to everybody in the organization. So if we are going to adopt AI for this year, so what is it going to be like? Make that clear for the employees and everybody in the organization, because a tech company like where I'm coming from, people do want to know, like, do I lose the quality over the AI agency, right? So there could be some ambiguity on if I'm adopting AI, we may lose the quality angle of it. So whatever it is, just make it clear for the larger audience so they know the direction where the organization is moving in regards to the AI path that they're taking, is what I would probably leave with.
Yeah, well, that's great advice. Oh, Deirdre.
I lean into learn as much as you can about what AI can do. Hacking HR has some really good courses on it too. And within the first one or two, I watched somebody build a website in 10 minutes with just putting a sentence in. Personally learn as much as you can about the possibilities of AI. So when you are advising your business, you sound like a strategic business partner, not a new adapter,
Oh, that's great advice. It's finding the time to do that I think we're all challenged with. But yeah, Heather.
I say practice and play, and share those learnings. Practice and play individually, practice and play together. Share that information, and it will help immensely.
Yeah, I mean, we are all beginners, and there's something scary about that, but also something really fun. That we're all at a level playing field. And
yeah, how do you learn if you don't practice, play, and mess up? And that sort of, and it's not really messing up, but messing up is part of learning.
Yeah. No, I love that one. Sherry, can you close us out?
Yeah, I think HR has the opportunity to be, to play more of that glue between the leadership perspective and organizational strategy on the one hand, and the individual and team experience on the other hand. HR has the opportunity to do from an enterprise level, interrogation of, workflows, employee and user experience, and org design, going team by team, function by function, and really providing that synthesized snapshot of what an organization is doing, where the green shoots are, where some of the risks are. And I would really lean into that as a way to, not only reacquaint with the organization in this new age, but to bring insight that is potentially unique to HR relative to any other executive or leadership role.
Yeah, it's wonderfully said. I mean, it's a huge opportunity for human resources. It's also a lot of pressure. I can't think of another tech stack that is going to affect the human and the people more than this one. So wonderful. Well, huge thank you. We are at time. Thank you, Samina, Sherry, Heather, Raji, Deirdre. This was wonderful. Thank you to Hacking HR for this. And I'm going to continue to watch over the next couple of days. Like I said, I've already have pages of notes. So, wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kate, and thank you to all of the speakers and to our community that is staying really active in the comments section today. Our last discussion showed how the relationship between people and AI is shifting and what communication and thoughtful design help teams adjust with more trust and clarity. We're continuing on that theme, but now we're going to take a look at the operational side. The next session, Agentic AI in Practice, Autonomy, Guardrails, and the Future of Workflows, focuses on agentic AI systems, how they behave in real workflows, how much independence really makes sense, and the oversight teams need to ensure reliability. Please welcome back to the stage our moderator, Heather Holland. Hello, hello. How you doing? You're a busy woman today, Heather.
Hello, hello. I know, right? But I'm doing pretty good. Excited to dig into the conversation about practice. So we were just talking about as your boss and coworker, but in practice, governance has come up a lot. I see that's been a theme this morning so far. And those different guardrails and focusing on workflows. So excited
Amazing,
to
amazing.
jump
Good stuff.
in.
Well, I'll let you take on your session. So good luck, and we'll see you a little later.
Awesome. Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
I'm looking like we're missing one person, but we'll keep moving. Good morning and welcome to the panel around agentic AI in practice, autonomy, guardrails, and the future of workflows. A mouthful, but we'll dig in. Many of those topics have been a theme of this morning. So our esteemed panelists, we have, they'll introduce themselves when we dig in, tell you a little bit more, but quite an interesting panel. I think there's some common things here. So there is someone who has been on Broadway stage, an former Army veteran, an Army medic, a competitive skipper or jump roper who represented the United States at the International Jump Roping Union, the World Championships in Japan. A PhD researcher that has shifted from signaling signaling travels over wireless networks and shifted to AI. Really how to send clear signals to noisy channels in building AI systems. And then someone else who was part of the first Microsoft AI cohort and used AI prompts to create a personalized astrology reading. And last but not least, someone who has flown enough to fly to the moon and back. So wow, what an interesting, diverse panel, a mix of people and technical and just fun. Those are all interesting things. So we'll dive right into and get started. So this will be for the audience there, please contribute to the chat, engage, ask questions, kind of fast paced. So for Amber, what is your first question for you, Amber? From your vantage point with HR and people leaders, what's one thing you wish they understood about agentic AI before they start piloting it?
Yeah, thank you. So I'm Amber, a fractional people and innovation consultant and astrology nerd who builds human-centered AI workflows for growing orgs. So to answer your question, one of the things that I want HR and people leaders, really all leaders actually, to understand is that agentic AI isn't like the tools that we're used to. It doesn't wait for prompts at each step. It understands, decides, acts. And once a system can take multi-step action, the foundations of workflow, accountability, employee experience, all of those things begin to shift. HR has always designed how work gets done. We proved that during the massive workplace transformation of 2020. And I see agentic AI as simply the next step of that responsibility. So we're not end users of a tool rollout. We are co-architects of this human AI combined workforce. So I think it's just really important to understand that it's not simply a tool rollout. It is we are in the middle of a workplace transformation.
Thank you, Amber, an astrology nurse. So Amber gave it away. So guess which one the rest of the ones are. But thank you. I love that as co-creators and co-architects. And I'd love to chat separately about how you use it as an astrology reading. Next up, we'll go with Brura. Hello, how are you this morning?
Good, how are you?
Or this afternoon or this evening, depending on where you're calling from for the audience, but it's morning where we are. Morning. Sorry about that. So Brura, what's the biggest technical shift when you move from traditional automation to truly agentic workflows?
First, I'm Bura. I'm lead data scientist at HP on enterprise AI team. I focus on designing, deploying, production scale agentic AI system at HP, the kind that actually sits inside global business workflows. So the technical shift, what I observe is like big changes. We move from executing instruction to orchestrating some decisions. In traditional automation, we were essentially writing some recipe. It is basically, if A happens, do step B. It's rigid, but you have to anticipate every path upfront. So here we really shift. We even see this in conversational AI. We used to handcraft all dialogue flows, happy paths, etc. But now with agentic system, what we see, we don't script all these conversation. You give model the tools, guardrails, and if it figures out its own. And I can say that the biggest technical shift is you are no longer sequencing these actions. You are building a system that can enroute and plan. So even large language model is not a step in the process. It chooses the process. And another big shift is observability part, because like debugging this traditional system is about debugging there's some steps, correcting some steps, but with agentic system what we see, we need to correct the decision of the agent. So we need to track like this thought process of agent, like tracing a human thought process, why it's routed in a certain way. So the whole system is pretty dynamic, tools, workflows. This is like agent can do its own thing with a set of tools. So all these transition make us rethink everything. So from architecture to monitoring to safety.
Thank you. I also appreciate how you shared, even behind the scenes, the interaction between the human and the machine. So yes, while the machine is smarter, there's still lots of human interaction and direction with it as well. So next to our esteemed panelist, Luis, how are you this morning?
I'm pretty good. Good morning, Heather.
Good morning.
Thanks for having us here.
We're excited to be here, and I'm sure the audience is excited to have you as well. So your question, coming from healthcare and life sciences, what's one word that comes to mind when you hear agentic AI in production workflows, and why?
So, by means of introduction, so Luis is like I'm actually on the Good Morning side, so I actually based out of normally at the East Coast in Jersey, but you can guess from the introductions that I'm based today in the West Coast, so enjoying a little bit of the nice warmer weather here than back home. And to your question, when we see agentic workflows, agentic AI, we see we're opening up a world of possibilities when you come to specifically healthcare, right? Everybody has had that experience that they go to the doctor's office, they can't get to the doctor fast enough because they don't have an opening on the calendar for months upon months. You get there, you have a very short window of time. You don't really feel seen, cared for, because it's the doctor most of the time talking to you and typing in the notes, asking the questions and typing in some cases, or where some of the more cutting edge care centers, you have the ambient listening, you see whatever that is being said and is being discussed gets recorded and added to your health record directly. But people were seeing as just that slicing time and as a very short time to get the care that they would like to. And there are multiple reasons that on itself opens up a whole other conversation. But if you can sum it up in one point, is there's a lot more people in population looking for care than there are doctors available. So there's an it's an imbalance of demand and supply for care that where we see the huge potential in AI is helping shift the conversation and looking at the unique cases and really stop treating everybody as a general guideline. Like everybody is seen, is treated, is taken care of, following the same guidelines. But that which is great, right? Got us to here, increased our life expectancy over 30 years over the last century. The flip side of it, though, is we now have a lot more complications, a lot of other challenges that the journey of care becomes so much more complex. It's multiple doctors, multiple specialties, multiple exams, and you don't have the time to be seen. So where Agentic comes in is looking at the patient. It's going to sound controversial, but the robots will actually help us being more human, as a human, because we'll be able to crunch the data that we have, all your medical history, exams. A lot of us nowadays look at or use one of the wearables, right? Apple Watches, rings, smart beds, and all of that stuff. All of that information is more often than not taken for your own pleasure, for your own entertainment, unless you are a geek and you're really looking at that data. Nobody really takes that back to the doctor. The doctors don't really have a lot of time to see it.
Right.
But when you start giving information about your steps, your diet, your sleep quality, all of the other things, you are able to then provide a lot more information back to the doctor on a lot more efficient way. There, it's by no means replacing the doctor. That's never going to go away. But it's how do we empower the doctor to be a better doctor, to care for you more as that human.
Thank you. Very, very intriguing. The takeaway I took from that, where AI can be a tool or agent to help the doctor see the total picture of your mental and physical health, and potentially, which we needed, but potentially change the healthcare, advanced healthcare, have it catch up to the consumer need.
Yes, it's the consumerization of health and getting to the care, the prevention, not the treatment. We're very reactive in the healthcare space. We can move it up and help people not get sick.
Be more proactive. Awesome. Harry, certainly last but not least, welcome to the panel on Agentic AI in practice, autonomy, guardrails, and workflows. So your question, hello. Being in a kind of a overall risk professional, heavy regulated industries throughout your career, in a sentence or two, what makes financial services such an important proving ground for guardrails and governance in agentic AI?
I think this question is a little bit tough or wise, also practical, because one thing is normally we say the financial services is for all the innovation, actually they are laggard. I say laggard is because of regulation. So they are kind of be late to the innovation or rather to for the practice. But however, for this round of the innovation, financial services actually is a perfect testing ground for the guardrail in Gen AI, because every decision has real consequence, and the regulations are tough, right?
Mm-hmm.
In a space like what we are doing right now in the model risk management, where my work focus on building a digital nerve system of risk and resilience, we have to prove that a genetic system can stay transparent, control, and audit rated before we can entrust anywhere else. So that guardrail, trust, and transparency is really the key. We have to do our due diligence and ensure the regulatory requirements are met as well.
Mhm. Awesome, thank you. Regulations, requirement, but this is the perfect testing ground per se.
Yep.
For AI. You know, if there's a good question that has come in from LinkedIn or for the comments. So a question for the panel, whoever wants to take it. Which professional organizations do the panel members find useful regarding guardrails and governance? For example, ASQ is for quality, is blank for AI, guardrails or governance. So basically, which ones get it about AI and are useful for development of the individual? So which professional organizations do you find useful in AI adoption or regarding guardrails and governance?
I can take a first pass on that and happy to be added. So we got to remember that the whole use and concept of AI is relatively new, right? It feels a lot longer, but it's 2 years old that GPT came out with and revolutionized how we're doing this. So it's a catching up of the guardrails of the technology, the guardrails, and what is out there. My vision is there's no one standard, one de facto industry standard that covers it all. I think there are good pieces of different frameworks that are worth checking in and being aware and following what they're doing. One of them, the more broad across different industries, there is a new ISO standard around AI frameworks and AI risks. 42,000, I believe, 42,000 and something. And there's also a NIST, the Standards Institute, that is also helping with risks. Neither one of them will be a solve-it-all, catch-it-all that talks about risks, governance, bias. Which is a very big topic nowadays. But they start planting the seed at the foundation of it. Then there are some other pulling to my world in the healthcare life sciences. Some of the organizations with Chime are looking at building those guardrails around AI in health as well. So what to do, what is the ethical use, how you train, how you use your model. So it's going to be a long-winded way to say, look at the general standards for AI and how the large language models come about. But some of the cutting-edge sector or industry associations that are defining some of those records. I would assume banking has something related to that, like Chime is doing, so on and so forth.
I'd like to add, so Louise, thank you so much. I am going to add a little piece from my perspective as a people professional. So I like to say that we are in a period of building the plane while we're flying it, right? And so we are taking, compliance that we've had in business previously, but there is a resource that I've used recently. BDO Consulting put out a really great guide on agentic AI. And as they were talking about governance, the pieces that stood out to me as a people professional were very specific to how do we ensure those tools in a workplace are fair, transparent. So they're really more geared towards experiences for the humans using the tools. So I do agree that we're in a period where we're going to have to use multiple different sources. There's going to be a lot of we're going to be experimenting and seeing what works and seeing where guardrails need to be put in place, where more governance needs to take place. So we're definitely in this period of time where it's not the wild, wild west, but it's not extremely clear.
Yeah, well, Amber, continue on a little bit. So that my question, I think you're starting to jump in there. And so the question is, how should workflows be redesigned when AI becomes an active participant, not just a tool?
Yeah. So when AI is an active participant, workflows change, right? AI is consistent, humans are contextual. We need both. So it's no longer about what can we automate. It is, how does the workflow between humans and autonomous systems in a way that feels clear, safe, empowering. It's more about bringing in that consistency, speed, and pattern recognition from AI, that efficiency, and then also pairing it with what humans can bring, which is nuance, context, judgment, meaning, the emotional aspects that AI just isn't able to do. So that's where the human guardrails come into place as well. And I'm going to be extremely biased here and say that people professionals, especially those who have focused strictly on compliance or diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, right? These are professionals who could really help, or in ethics, help build these guardrails, help build in governance for AI tools that are being used in the workplace and in collaboration with employees.
Thank you for that highlight, especially at the end about which sort of functions may be able to help build the governance and guardrail structure. So, Burak, we're going to transition over to you. How do you architect workflows that balance the flexibility of AI with the predictability of how do you architect workflows that balance the flexibility of AI with the predictability that stakeholders and existing integrations require?
So actually, if you think about this problem, there are two extremes we all bump into building such systems. One end is classic hard-coded flow. So everything is scripted, repeatable, predictable, and stakeholders love it, but because nothing unexpected happens. But generally, they fall apart as soon as the real world throws a slightly different request. On the other end, right now we have fully agentic systems, and the model can interpret messy data, adapt, improvise, super powerful, but it makes enterprise team stakeholder nervous because you have a system that can wander off script. You can't explain why, and they have access to some of your internal workflows. So it's also what I think. Actually, there's trade-off is obvious. There's reliability and flexibility, and in my view, neither extreme actually works in production environment. So there's a middle ground. I can say it's a sweet spot designing a flexible system backed by some deterministic execution path. So AI can reason what user wants, but when time comes to actually do something, it can route to do some well-tested process that stakeholders already trust. So I can give an examples. I worked on an AI assistant project that helped this sales representative, and it pulls some technical spec, even crafts some pitch for sales teams. But when we try to script the whole thing, it will be way too brittle. And if we let LLM loose on databases, stakeholders wouldn't sign off it. So the balance is LLM handles massive part, understanding the user, routing requests to the some right category according to some actions. But when the intent is clear, the system moves on more some predefined reliable path. We effectively put the AI on the rails to fetch the data. And the last part is AI again comes back to synthesize all these, whatever requested. And what happens, stakeholders get predictable data access, guardrails, user get the flexibility and neutral interactions. And you can audit, you can replay, you can debug. So what I mentioned in the first question, yeah, like all these observability parts, so it's no longer black magic anymore. So what I think this middle ground gives you the coverage and agent with confidence of like a traditional software. And I think most of these enterprise system will land not fully autonomy, not fully determinism, that middle ground, a traceable hybrid system you can trust.
Thank you. Speaking of trust, you talked about flexibility, flexibility and predictability. So trust. The trust has come up. It's been a recurring theme in reference to AI, and I'm going to add governance on there. So let's go there around governance, trust, and AI or agentic AI agents. So Harry, you've talked about in your career and previously about the role of domain knowledge guardrails in regulated financial institutions. What does that look like in practice when you're trying to build trustworthy agentic AI?
Okay, actually, I just want to add a little bit of things here before I jump into the question. The first thing is people ask how they can have a governance and also guardrail. Actually, because of what we are doing right now, we are doing the model risk management. Actually, so you just think about the agentic AI or underlying natural model or small language model. So actually, we do have the regulatory type of the framework we call the SR 11-7, specifically to manage your model risk. So actually, this is apply for the large language model as well, and also Norris mentioned MIST, and for the data part, this also related to the trust part is a GDPR, is what kind of data you need to use, but how you to provide privacy for the customer as well. So this is for the GDPR. So all the same is guardrail provide to us. But the case is under agentic AI, do we use the government and those type of the framework as use is just like the old way we use is just like review them like just paperwork, or we want to implement those things as agent. So what we're doing, we implement the guardrail as agent. So it's become the agent. So that means you can we can develop this all focus on the application layer application. So that means we implement all those governance, guardrail, and regulatory things as our graphic agent for us. So then they connect all the data together. Then every steps you based also go back to Brora. He mentioned like a deterministic and completely autonomy. So actually you want to do this in the between. So you have to have in the between, you have some deterministic decision making based on your rack, and you also have some autonomy decision making with your threshold. Then build those agents, then you might have some autonomy, but all the decision making you have to follow your guardrail. And most important thing is because that you build the trust for your system, then the trust then apply for everything. But there is one important factor is human in the loop. But the people will ask, okay, human in the loop, that means the human all make a decision all the time? No, the human in the loop means this human is an amplifier. This human is amplify the agent can do more, not do less. But this human is make the agent to modify his expertise. So that means that person originally just one person, he only is one as subject matter expert, right? So he only can do one subject matter expert job. But after
Harry froze. Well,
okay. Can you guys see me
I
now?
heard the one kind of takeaway, human in the loop. I like the term. Humans are essential to building trust, even while it's built into the process for AI. So for Luis, in healthcare, life sciences, where risk and regulations are high, similar to HR, and you're dealing with people's personal, very kind of sensitive data or information, how are you designing agentic workflows so clinicians or staff feel confident letting agents act more autonomously? And maybe even add in there, like, how do you do that so patients also feel more comfortable?
I think you started the question before. Like, it's about the trust. How do you build trust? Ultimately, it's how you build trust in the process, and that trust, it comes in multiple ways, starting from simple things where people need to be invited in to be part of that, and sharing the data and being aware of how their data is going to be used. We can't see the audience, but I would guess, having asked this question before in other forums, it's like, who has ever read the terms and conditions and the data disclosure, the data privacy documentation that you signed when you got into the doctor's office? In the past, there was one event where I had we asked this, and there was, out of 300 and something people, one person actually said they read. So that's your statistics right there, right? 0.3% of the population goes through the data privacy. So people don't really understand how the data is, and it's, Booger said, it becomes that black box. Nobody sees what it's there. I don't trust because I don't know what you're doing with my data, how that's going to be used. So it starts in re-educating the system, changing the system to be a data first and not legalese only. It's how do we explain in plain English, what am I going to do, how your data is going to be used, and clearly label. Actually, this last travel, I realized one thing that, like it or not, the one thing I actually think the TSA did that was actually interesting was with now the touchless ID for you going for security. You take a picture and they plaster this all over the airport. Your picture is going to be deleted after ID confirmation. It's by no lack of information being shared, information being put on in front of you, that it gives you that clarity. So that makes the patient feel more comfortable. The second part and the build up, right, on the crawl, walk, run approach is, once people are comfortable in what you're doing the data, you start adding that into people's workflow. A lot of the implementation automation we've done in the past is, oh, you need to go out and you need to go talk to the agent, or you need to go into type in the question. Once the agent is, the way we design successful implementations has been, you add the agent to the workflow. It's not a build. If you build, they will not come. People will not deviate the workflow. So they need to trust. They need to get that information at their hands, at their fingertips, and they need to feel that information is not being pushed down. It's to the doctor that has the ultimate say. It's to the patient that has the ultimate say on what's being provided. The AI is not going to prescribe the medication. It's not going to give you the diagnosis. It's, what are the questions, the success and with the maturity that we have, is what are that bringing the agents to ask or inform the doctor to ask additional questions. What it is that I don't know? What are the differential diagnoses that I can explore here based on some unique characteristics? What else can I know? What else can I learn from the patient that I can provide better care for that person? So that's where the shift fundamentally comes, is you build trust not by putting AI at front and center, but putting AI as an augmented intelligence, really, instead of Artificial intelligence, yeah, it is AI. It is artificial, but it's an augmentation of the human intelligence of the physician, the clinician, the person that you're interacting with.
Thank you. You touched on the sort of governance and guardrails, but jumped into where we're going next with about 10 minutes left, that sort of messy middle, the in practice piece, and how do you apply AI to or add or contribute to higher value work. So Amber, how do organizations prevent erosion of trust when autonomy shifts from humans to AI systems?
So I actually agree with the answers that Henry and Louise have shared. And so the only thing I'm going to add is just saying that from a people perspective, we can build in as much trust through guardrails and all of this, but there is another piece, and that's the trust as an experience, which I believe Louise actually touched on as well, is, our goal is to communicate exactly that the tool is, or AI agents, I don't want to just call it a tool because it's a little more than just a typical tool, but that it is still accountable. There is a human involved. There's some accountability here. It is trained on human expertise. And so it's more of a partner, a collaborative partner. So there is that piece there. So my little one-liner is trust is not just a feature we can build in. Trust is an experience that we are guiding as we're teaching patients or employees how to interact with AI, these AI agents.
Thank you, Bura. Given agentic AI fundamentally changes workflows, not just the software, how do you structure stakeholder engagement so you're building something that businesses will actually adopt?
So I think actually stakeholder engagement is not a checkbox here, especially for agentic applications. It's basically the foundation for every AI agent project, because at the end of the day, these systems change how people actually work, and stakeholder trust is really important for this adoption of all these applications. I mean, in my experience, we always start think with those teams that will use the products. It can be some sales, support, legal team, and we always really try to understand how they operate today, and not just process of slide deck, the real process where thing breaks, what they copy past 20 times a day, and what they wish they never had to do again, basically. And from them, we built the first version with them, not just for them. So we closely work with all the stakeholders. And after we have some initial product, we always bring pilot testers early. Those people, they have strong opinions, not afraid of to tell you when something is useless. And what happens, they usually reshape the product we wouldn't have predicted. And then we iterate, we demo, we get their feedback, we adjust, we redeploy, and most important part, we show them the traces, how all these decisions are made. And then what we see, trust, we build a trust with stakeholders. So basically, I can say we don't build the product first, we build the trust first with stakeholders, and we don't drop the finished product on them. We build product with them, let them shape this product, and make sure agent behaves in a way that fits in their reality, not ours. So I think that's how the stakeholder adoptions and trust are built for these agentic applications.
Awesome, thank you. Luis, you help organizations move from pilots to scaled AI products. What have you learned about building governance and guardrails into the platform itself so teams don't have to choose between speed and safety?
That's a loaded question.
It is. I was thinking that actually as I was reading it.
It's so it all comes down to the results, right? What you're getting out of it, and how you can trust. So there are aspects to consider in terms of how many we talked about the human in the loop before, and I think that's a key element. Not just to have the human in the loop as the guardrail, but also as a sign of, are you being effective? Are you actually, what you design, how you're grounding your model, what is the data you're feeding? Is it actually being effective? So we talk a lot about the outwards aspect of the human in the loop. What many times we forget or we don't consider, and we see implementations failing, is, are people actually using it? Are people suggesting, is the AI actually getting better? Because it's human nature to try doing something only so many times, and if I don't get the result, or if I don't see the value on that result, I'll just ignore. So the governance comes in from a quality of the result. It comes with the data that you're being used, but also the feedback of, I can pour all of the information in, but is it actually making any sense to me? And then when I get that feedback, what do I do with that? What that aspect, what that feedback loop is actually doing with my solution, with my models, with my data, with my insights, with my responses. So I think to wrap it up is really how you build the trust. To connect to the previous question, is a part of the building it up, like Amber said, but also people seeing that if you're giving feedback, if you're actually spending time if your users are spending time to go through the tool and they're giving you the feedback on the quality, you need to get that back and then readjust and figure out if you have a data quality, if you have other issues, if you have bias, availability, whatever the case might be, to continue to improve and continue to be better.
Thank you. We have just a couple minutes left, but thank you for contributing to the conversations. We heard about human in the loop, flexibility versus predictability, and I can't read my writing. It was the AI as relative to humans, consistent versus confused. I'm not sure if that was it, but contextual. Thank you, Amber. And one quick rapid fire. Yeah, if there's one thing leaders or HR could put into place this year when it comes to AI strategy, what would it be? Harry? Oh, that's it. I think we're going to get cut off, but thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Jump in, Harry, if we got a second.
Yeah.
Oh, we're still good. So,
okay,
Harry, one thing.
Yeah. One thing is actually don't ponder, have your action.
Okay,
you learn
Amber.
from your action.
One thing.
Trust.
Luis?
Training, preparation for the teams.
Love it. Bura?
If I had to just pick one, I will say internal headhunter from HR side, because it's genuinely easier to find a job at competitor than to find a new role inside your own company. And I think internal HR system can do it better.
Thank you. On that note, that concludes our panel. I would love to have more discussion about this around practice, governance, and guardrails, but hopefully we got you thinking a little bit. Oh, yeah. And then Harry was I should let you all tell, but the competitive skipper, we know who which was Harry, and the astrology reader, Amber, enough to travel around the moon, Louise. And then the last one was on that note. Oh, the signals, the PhD researchers and the signals in transitioning to AI was Bura. Thank you all.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Heather, and thank you to all of our speakers for another thoughtful session. We heard how clear expectations are very important, and steady oversight are when teams begin working with agentic AI in real environments. Before we move into our final session of the day, we need to make a quick technical adjustment. Because LinkedIn has a 4-hour limit on live streams, we'll be ending this current LinkedIn broadcast and starting a fresh LinkedIn live sessions. So nothing changes for our panelists that are in StreamYard. You'll remain exactly where you are. Don't move. For everybody else watching on LinkedIn in particular, you'll see this stream end and a brand new live stream appear on the Hacking HR LinkedIn page. We're also about to place the new link in the comments here so you can jump right in, because we want you to stay with us. We have another panel left. So we should be dropping it in any moment. And we'll take about 30 seconds just to get everybody reconnected, and then we're going to kick off our next panel. Thanks for staying with us. We have the next panel called Hiring in the Age of AI, Ethics, Authenticity, and Tech. So we'll just give it another couple moments, and Jessa will let me know when things are good to move forward here. Okay, we should be back live. All right, thanks for staying with us, everybody. Thank you. We're here at the AI Experience Summit, Day 2. All right, thank you for staying with us. For our final conversation of the day, we're turning to hiring, an area where AI is already influencing sourcing, assessments, and communication. It's called Hiring in the Age of AI, Ethics, Authenticity, and Tech. Today's speakers will share what they're seeing and how organizations can keep fairness and clarity at the center of hiring decisions. So we're going to welcome our moderator today, Adam. Hey, Adam. We'll wait till Adam comes to the stage.
There we go.
Adam Kazansky, how are you today?
I'm fantastic. How are you doing, Danielle?
I'm just doing wonderful. Nice to see you. And I will leave you to your panel. So have a wonderful time, and we'll catch you after.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Here we go.
All right. Look at this crew.
All right.
Morning. Well, afternoon, I guess, right?
Good day. Good day.
Good afternoon, good evening, good night.
All right. Well, thank you all for joining. We're going to wait a minute or two, especially now with that new LinkedIn link for people to rejoin. I'm sure some people have to jump back into LinkedIn or do whatever they have to do. So we'll hang on for a minute. While we're hanging on for a minute, it is the perfect opportunity to get an assessment of where everyone is streaming us from. Where are you located? Always great to see those locations pop up in the comments. So feel free to add that there. I will say I am in Westchester, just about 25 minutes north of New York City.
I am in Highland Park, Illinois, and that is about maybe 20 minutes north of downtown Chicago. And it is very, very white and snowy around here. Lots of snow on the ground over the last week.
Very nice.
Well, I'm Adam's neighbor. I'm calling in from New Jersey, about 15 miles outside of New York City. Fortunately, no snow, but it is cold, and winter is upon us.
Yeah, I'm calling from Fishers, Indiana, which is about 30 minutes outside of downtown Indianapolis. I'm south of Josh, but I still have the snow. Not quite as bad wind as up there in the windy city of Chicago, but still colder than I like.
Excellent.
It's safe to say we all have space heaters next to us right now, trying to keep us all warm.
I actually have my window open.
This is my space heater all day.
All right.
All right. Well, We've given it a minute, and a lot of people have put in some amazing locations. I always just think you're primarily going to be dominated by U.S. locations, but really seeing a global audience here, which is incredible. And I think it really speaks to AI is taking over the world in a sense. So let's dive into our topic today. Incredible group of speakers today. So let's start with the title, Hiring in the Age of AI, Ethics, Authenticity, and Tech. I dare you to say that 3 times fast. Okay, let's start here. My name is Adam Kazansky. I'm going to be your MC today. I work at SparkHire, so I am here on behalf of SparkHire, one of the sponsors for today's event. So I'm just going to give you a brief summary about who we are and what we do, and then I'll introduce our incredible speakers, give them an opportunity to introduce themselves as well, and then we'll dive into some great questions that we have. Okay. So who is SparkHire? We help hiring teams create a more human, connected, and consistent hiring process, especially when resources are stretched thin and AI is everywhere. Our platform makes it easier to truly get to know candidates beyond what's in their resume, while automating a lot of the busy work that's slowing just about every hiring team down when resources are getting lower and the demand is getting higher. We offer 2 solutions. We have SparkHire Recruit, which is our applicant tracking system, and SparkHire Meet, which is our assessment suite, which offers one-way videos, behavioral assessment, and automated reference checks. And the beauty is it's all modular, so you don't have to get it all. You can pick and choose what you like, whatever works for your team, and go forward with that. So finally, in short, SparkHire exists to create meaningful connections, bringing employers and talented individuals together in a faster, more authentic way. Now let's get to our panel. First, we'll wrap up the whole SparkHire thing with Josh. So Josh, CEO of SparkHire, please feel free to introduce yourself.
Yeah, enough said. Thank you for the introduction. A great background on SparkHire. Happy to be here today. Happy to be a sponsor. But more importantly, happy to join all these wonderful panelists to talk about something that is really top of mind for all of us in our day-to-day. So I'll toss it over to Felicia. You're the next person on my screen I see, so I'll toss it over to you.
Well, thank you. I'm Felicia Blasberg. I'm a global talent architect. I have a background in HR, and it's a great pleasure to be here today. I'm very passionate about the hiring process in general, so excited for today's topic. And I'll pass the baton to Tom.
Awesome. Thanks, Felicia. Yeah, I'm Tom Hunley. I am HR for a startup named Arrive AI, which we facilitate drone and robot autonomous delivery. I've been in HR skewing toward talent acquisition for, let's call it 17 plus, because anything else makes me feel old. And always been a fan proponent of HRIS and just technology to facilitate the recruiting process. I'm passionate, like Felicia, about recruiting. So real interested to talk today.
Excellent. Well, thank you all so much. And as we start diving into the questions, we'll be sharing the links to the LinkedIn profile of our guest speakers today. Please connect with them. Again, we're all here to make meaningful connections, so feel free to connect with any of the speakers today. Love to share ideas, thoughts, and reactions to AI in the workforce. Okay, so this question, let's get it started. Let's set the stage. This question is open to everyone. I really want to hear everyone's response. We'll start with Tom, then Felicia, and then move over to Josh on this one. But from your perspective, what are some of the biggest changes AI has introduced to the world of hiring over the last year? Tom, if you want to get it kicked off.
Yeah, probably the biggest change is just the access to knowledge, information, and allowing me to act faster. Whether it be using whatever generative AI I like to research, a role, to the tons of solutions out there, both in systems like SparkHire and outside, that automate things, make things a lot easier for me to move into, so that I can ultimately get to those conversations. You talked about putting the human back in recruiting. I love those conversations. So that's probably the biggest change, and the one I like the most is allowing me to get to that much quicker.
Excellent. Felicia, love to hear your response to the question. To kind of learn from you, what are some of the biggest changes in AI you've seen over the past 12 months?
Absolutely. So I think AI has kind of had a dual impact on hiring. As Tom mentioned, it's streamlining hiring processes by automating the repetitive tasks that nobody really likes to do. But it's also freeing up recruiters to be more strategic partners to their businesses. And by doing this, by automating the routine tasks, by augmenting the human decision-making, by, AI is creating a demand for a new skill. It's starting to shift organizations towards a more agile, data-driven kind of collaborative model. As Tom noted, it's, people are using it for research, and recruiters are benefiting from the efficiency. They're maybe better able to match candidates to their open recs. The one thing that I'm noticing, though, is organizations need to balance these enhancements with the ethical considerations of AI, the transparency of AI, and something that I think came up a lot in the prior panel is the employee trust. So those are some of the things that I feel like I've seen in the past 12 months.
Totally. And yeah, ditto to both of what you guys said. I think, Tom, you hit on it. There are so many solutions, and I think that's good and that's also bad. I think there's so much that's possible now with AI. And I think, Felicia, to your point, we can often end up in a pursuit of trying to solve everything using AI and using AI for AI's sake. And that can lead to both some, irresponsible use cases for AI, but also I think just stretch an organization thin where they're not focused on solving the real challenges that need to be solved, where AI is the appropriate solution to solve. The other thing, and I know we'll get into it as well, and just talking about candidates, we've all talked about what has changed on the employer side, but part of that is what's also changed on the candidate side, and for a lot of good, right? I think AI has given candidates the ability to do a lot more things at scale in their job search, such as personalize their resume, research companies. Candidates are just really well equipped in this AI era, and that creates challenges downstream for employers. It's not necessarily a bad thing that candidates are enabled with this. I think it's actually a good thing, but it creates some challenges nonetheless that I think we'll definitely talk about today.
Great points, everyone. And it's, when I speak to a lot of HR professionals and recruiters, and they're always like, why are these candidates using AI? And I'm like, you are. You kind of have to expect it to happen on the other side as well. It's like football players. Why is the other side wearing a helmet? Well, you get to wear a helmet too. Okay. So let's dive into AI's impact on the hiring landscape. I have a few questions here. I want to direct the first one to Tom. The next question I'm going to direct to Felicia. But again, everybody can jump in on every question that I ask. Tom, from the recruiter seat, how has AI impacted you and your daily workflow?
Well, like I kind of mentioned, it has given me more speed to action. And by that, I have so much going on. I'm not just a recruiter, right? I've got benefits enrollment. I've got all the other HRE of the HR world that I got to do. So the time saved from, like I said, researching roles, or even internally researching roles. I get a job description from one of my hiring managers, and we hire high-end recruiting engineers, robotics engineers, manufacturing engineers, AI. And it had been a minute since I had been a technical recruiter. So coming back in that role and figuring out, okay, what is this language? What is this process? So using AI to research that. And then, once I get that job description, and obviously go through that for my hiring manager, because it's probably too technical, and ethically making sure they're saying the right thing and not saying the wrong things. Once I put that job description through, and then my system, prioritizes the candidates, again, that's another few minutes per resume or per candidate that I can make that decision quicker to get to that conversation. Because ultimately that's where I've always flourished in talent acquisition, is I like talking to people and getting out those off the resume type of skill sets, and being human and human resources. And so that AI has allowed me to, along with all the other, I can talk about being strategic HR with AI and using it as a sounding board to do ideas. But from a talent acquisition role, that's really sped me up in that regard.
And it's a great point you bring up, right? We have a big portion of our audience are small to medium sized organizations where the recruiter is not just the recruiter. The recruiter is doing 10 different roles. And Felicia, I mean, you've worked at companies as large as Samsung, where a recruiter is a recruiter. So how AI impacts their daily workflow is inevitably going to be different than how it would impact Tom, or the benefit that it would provide. But the next question to you, Felicia, is when organizations, what changes have you observed specifically in candidate behavior as these AI tools have become more prevalent for them, easier to access, easier to use?
So I would say candidates are definitely better polished because maybe they've used something like, for example, Grammarly to refine their cover letters or their resumes, or maybe they rely on practice bots to provide them with real-time feedback on tone or like body language, right? Or they're spending a lot of time rehearsing the perfect answer to the behavioral questions that they anticipate a recruiter might ask them. But the idea of kind of being so polished is diminished. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're prepared, because true preparation really requires understanding the role, the company culture, and even industry context. If candidates are relying so much on rehearsing that perfect answer, they may struggle with follow-up questions. And so that compromises their authenticity during the interview process. What I would say is I think it's important for candidates to kind of find that balance. Preparedness still requires a human effort. You still need to research a company. You still need to reflect on your personal experiences, your professional experiences, and most importantly, candidates need to make that authentic connection with the hiring manager or the recruiter. As Tom noted, you still need a human element in the process. And thinking back to the earlier session, I think they said something like the human in the looper. I thought that was a great line, because you still need a human in the loop, whether it's on the recruiting, on the organization side, or it's on the candidate side.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. So, thinking about now the candidate's access to this information, and Felicia, you really talked about the balance there, right? Like using it in a smart way and kind of having it expedite the research you should do preparing for an interview. What now kind of impact does this have on an employer? What challenges does this create for an employer now, with knowing that the candidate is sitting in their seat, having access to AI or typing on the side the question and having it pull up an answer? Like, what are all three of you seeing in that regard?
Yeah, I'll jump in here. I think Felicia made some really good points in terms of what candidates are doing. I think ultimately this presents, us as employers with the challenge of if we run a good interview process, we will eventually get to the right candidate for the position. We will be able to vet out how qualified they are, what their previous experience is, how it aligns with the role, the behavioral competencies, all those things that go into making a good decision. The challenge, though, comes at, I would say, at least from my perspective and what I'm seeing, is at the front end of the process, and how much energy and resources need to go into the screening and vetting of candidates. And when you have candidates that are using these tools, which they should, to polish everything, it's really hard to get to the authentic version of that candidate. And so you couple that with the fact of, easy apply and how simple it is to apply to a lot of different jobs, to personalize your application for a lot of different jobs. Employers now are not only dealing with volume, but they're dealing with, at the front end of the process, a lot of things looking very, very similar. So yes, eventually they can get to the right outcome, but it takes a lot of work to get there compared to, what it previously took. And so I think that's something, that a lot of recruiting teams are facing. I'd be curious to hear from Tom, if he's seeing that on the front end of the process when candidates are applying.
Oh yeah, seeing a lot of use of AI. And what was funny is I saw a survey just the other day that said about 20% of recruiters would reject a cover letter if they knew it was AI generated, if they find out. And then I think 15% of hiring managers don't want people using AI at all, which I've had in the last 2 months situations where I think I saw some people looking over and, reading off, had something listening to my questions, and then the AI bot just populating the answers. But I had a conversation with the hiring manager right after, and it's like, let's step back and think about the role. This person's not going to be customer facing. They're they're kind of back of the house, data driven. We want them to use AI tools. So are we going to chastise them for using every tool at their disposal? Is it cheating if they're doing that? But you could also say, is it cheating if I, as a recruiter, every interview I go on, I look at their LinkedIn profile, I look at their Facebook profile. I know their kids play golf, so I talk about how my kids play golf. Is that cheating? It's old school methods, but just using the new tools. And I think we all have to put ourselves in that situation. You can't, I think Adam said, well, we're using AI. You can't, chastise them for using AI because it's going to happen. And if you don't just square with it, and I've got an interesting perspective. My company, it's actually Arrive AI. AI is in the name. And every interview I say, we not only use AI in our product, we use it in our process. So it's part of my interview question process is how well do you use AI? And so that opens it up. But ultimately, one thing I do like about it is it facilitates and requires on-site interviews, which I know a lot of people are not a big fan of going back in the office, but we are. And I kind of like it because I'm sitting across from people from the desk again, having conversations, talking about the weather, that kind of stuff. And it just makes it, again, and I hate to say it again and again, a more human process.
Absolutely. That's a great point. It's funny, as AI is automating a lot more processes, it's forcing us to be more human in a lot of the different processes as well. So hopefully it's kind of balancing itself out. Okay. Up next, I do see a bunch of questions coming in from the comments. We're definitely going to get to some of them. I want to get to a few more questions that we have here, and then we'll definitely pick out a few questions from our attendees and bring them in. Felicia, we're now going to go into employer AI strategy. You are hands down getting one of my very favorite questions that we've put together today. And when organizations say they want to start using AI in hiring, what are some of the things they should consider first? And the reason why this is one of my favorite questions is because I feel like the majority of people say we need AI and they don't even know why or where or when. So what should they consider first, Felicia, before they start bringing it in?
That's a great question. I think the first priority for organizations should absolutely be defining a clear implementation plan. I'm seeing that there's a huge, to your point, Adam, there's a big disconnect with maybe CEOs and the C-suite saying, AI, we want more AI. But there's a real disconnect on how to even implement that. They don't even know how, they don't even know what that looks like. So I think having that clear implementation plan, aligning your key stakeholders, establishing a strong communication strategy that delivers consistent and transparent messaging, creating feedback loops to understand what's working, where adjustments are needed. And then along the way, in organizations, as part of this implementation plan, should consider highlighting and amplifying their success stories to help build on their AI journey's momentum, as well as the trust of their employee base. Above all, I think organizations need to understand their employee base needs to understand why AI? What's the purpose behind adoption? This way, your employee base is going to embrace the journey and grow with it rather than completely resist it or think that their job is going away. And so I think that, all of that makes up an implementation plan, and revisiting that implementation plan periodically is critical. And I think that goes for really using AI in anything, whether it's hiring or even maybe a completely different process.
Couldn't agree more. I think it all comes back to the objective. I think, I said in the beginning of this is there's a lot of AI for AI's sake, rather than focusing on what is the business objective that needs to be solved, just like any other business problem we want to solve within the organization. And then assessing whether AI is part of or the best solution for that problem. And so I think it's all about specificity, being the vendor side of things. And Adam, I'm sure you could attest to this too. Sometimes our team will be on a demo and the team comes with like the question of, well, what AI features do you have? And other teams will come with the question or more of a statement of, we have this problem within the business that we're trying to solve. Help us figure out how you solve that problem. And AI can be part of the solution. And I think the latter is really where you need to start. So I think Tom brought up a good example, to tie it to, let's just say, hiring manager collaboration. That's a big challenge in small and medium-sized organizations. You've got a lean HR team. Like in Tom's case, he's doing more than just recruiting. They need hiring managers to be an active part of the hiring process. And so we really need to have a good, collaboration with our hiring manager as well. In Tom's case, he gave the example of how he's using AI to research positions like a robotics engineer. And not only does that help him for when he's talking to candidates, but that makes him more prepared to do a kickoff with the hiring manager, where he doesn't come in with like, no information about the position other than what the bullet points the hiring managers provided. And so you're kind of starting from ground zero and building up knowledge and building trust with the hiring managers. So that's just like one example, that Tom pointed out, that you could tie to a specific objective around improving hiring manager collaboration. So all that to say, I think the first thing is be specific would be my takeaway.
Yeah, thank you so much, Josh and Felicia. And Tom, from your perspective, what hiring problems do you believe AI is best suited to support you with? And what ultimately still requires a human? And you kind of alluded to it a little bit before about getting people back into the office face-to-face, but would love to hear you elaborate on where you think AI does make a lot of sense.
Oh, I think it makes sense across the board, but where it's really helping me now, and a lot of people are probably also seeing this, I've gotten a deluge of candidates. In this hiring environment, I've had so many for the open positions. You have software developers and different kinds of engineers. AI has helped me prioritize and, allow me to reach out to the right candidates first, while not missing out on the other candidates. I've been in the industry for long enough. I've seen the whole rack and stack and rank. What I'm using Spark Hire now, and it's a much better platform because the AI is telling me why it's better. And, it's a much better, it just does better. It's a better AI. I've seen all kind of other AIs and it's like, that's kind of shady. There's some hallucinations. So giving me that, okay, I need to talk to these 5 people first. So that I can get those out of the way. I mean, not just the automations of scheduling and things like that. Those are super helpful to get through. But then, transcribing and ranking, answers to video questions, that kind of AI is super helpful, so I don't have to go through and source. I don't have to make those 100 phone calls of, oh, are you ready now? Are you ready now? Can you meet this time? Okay. Are you qualified? Are you qualified? Are you qualified? What are you looking for? Those are out of the way. And so then I can jump to that real, either virtual or on-site interview where we have substantive conversation. And I can, I don't worry about people cheating because I'm talking to them and say, okay, here's this question. How have you implemented this? It's not just your resume or not just what you've polished yourself on. I can go deep and figure out if you're a great fit.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Tom. So I will get now I'll pivot to one question that's in our chat and then I'll come back. But I'm asking this question and I already feel like I can predict everyone's answer here. Can AI replace HR roles? But I would love to hear from Tom. You're already nodding no. So Tom, let's jump to you. And then Felicia, obviously would love to hear your thoughts as well.
HR roles in general, no, because you always have the, hey, somebody stole my lunch questions, and AI is not going to fix that. There's also going to be the, hey, is that person a good cultural fit? Are they going to vibe with the third shift hiring manager, who's kind of an interesting person to be around? AI, I don't think is ever going to do that. Now it's going to up level. Personally, for HR strategy, and I tell people this, so my hiring managers already know, I have conversations with ChatGPT in my car on the way to work about strategy. about performance management strategy, about talent acquisition strategy. I've got the voice. So I always say AI is kind of like your imaginary friend that knows everything. So there's absolutely a place in it, but replacing me, no, it's not going to happen because, I make myself feel like Tony Stark talking to the AI in his suit, and it just up-levels me that much.
Tom, that's so funny about having an imaginary friend, because when I tell my daughter that I say thank you to Microsoft Copilot, she's like, "You're not supposed to be doing that. They don't care."
Well,
he did a good job today.
I've told my children, it's not that I think the robot overlords are going to come take us over. I don't want to stop being polite to people that sound like a human.
Yeah.
Tom, I'm on the robot overlords side, and I am nice to them. So when they do take over, they'll be like, "Oh, he said please" when he asked to summarize the conversation. He's one of the good ones. All right. Let's get back over to our panel here, and I now want to go into like a big area that we have as the title of our session today. So I do want to talk about authenticity and transparency, and that will actually hit upon a lot of the questions that have come into the chat as well. So with polished resumes, emails, polished interview responses that are specifically tailored to companies because of AI, how can employers genuinely get to know the person behind the tools? So I open this up to anyone first to jump in if you have any thoughts about some of those best practices for an employer to kind of figure out who's doing the real talking.
I'll jump in. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Felicia.
No,
go ahead.
Go ahead, Josh.
I was just going to say, I saw another question pop up in the chat a little bit earlier when we were talking about this same topic, and I think it was something along the lines of like, what's the difference between a candidate getting help with their cover letter and from a person, you're a resume writer or something like that, versus now using AI. And I think the reality is there isn't anything different. And I think what we've all been saying here is it's not a bad thing that candidates are doing this. They should do this. Why wouldn't you try and present the best version of yourself? It just creates challenges, right? And the challenges of, well, if everybody's doing it, everybody kind of regresses to the mean and everything looks similar. And so from an employer standpoint, it's how do you get to know the authentic candidates behind all these similar looking resumes? And from a job seeker standpoint, it's how do I stand out now when everybody's doing the same thing as me? So I think that's really the challenge that we're met with. And again, nobody's saying anything bad about candidates using AI. I think they should. So back to the question around, how do you get to know your candidates more authentically? I think there's a number of ways you can do it. I think, what we're seeing is there's a diminishing value of the written word earlier in the hiring process. And so how do you gain context on somebody's experience? Now that can come through interviews, that can come through asynchronous types of interviews or assessments. And a lot of that, I think, comes back down to what questions you're asking. What are you focusing on? How do you ensure you're focusing on what truly matters for the role, and then aligning your assessments or questions to make sure that you're gathering that additional context in a way that draws on their real world experiences. So those can be things like really good behavioral or situational questions where it's like, yeah, you can throw the question into ChatGPT, but is it going to give you an authentic story about when you dealt with the situation at your previous job, and are going to be able to articulate that as a candidate? So I think as an employer, that's where we have to get really good about what we're asking and how we're asking it post-application. So I'll turn it over to Tom or Felicia if you guys want to jump in. Curious from your experience how you're tackling this challenge.
Yeah, I look at it like this. Having a 30-minute interview is basically speed dating. You barely get past, so tell me about yourself before the clock runs out. And I think what I'm seeing as a common trend is that everyone's talking about hiring being a two-way street, but both sides need more than a quick coffee chat to determine if something is a fit. I think what organizations, to Josh's point, I think what organizations really need to be doing is they need to stretch the time of interviews. They need to really give space for some real dialogue and let candidates highlight, more than just their highlight reel. Otherwise, it's interviewing is basically like leaving a Bruce Springsteen concert after the first song, right? You miss the encore, you miss the stories, you miss the entire magic of what makes the whole experience unforgettable. And in 30 minutes, it's just, I get people are busy, but 30 minutes is just not enough to get employers to genuinely know the person behind the tools, nor is it enough for a candidate to know whether or not an organization is the right place for them.
I love the speed dating aspect. Well, and because I think I'm using, and I think other people are using AI to get all that stuff out of the way. Of, that entry level, are you qualified? I don't know how many times I've been on an interview with somebody and I've watched their video assessment. I forget to introduce myself because I think I already know them, because I've already listened to them for 20 minutes or so. And so there's been multiple times, 5 minutes, and I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm being rude, but part and parcel to a startup, we're running fast and things like that. So I think AI is allowing us to be more authentic because we get the grunt work out of the way on both sides. The candidates get it out of the way and I get it out of the way. By the time they actually talk to me, they've seen my introduction videos of those video assessments. They've done the research. They've probably researched me. And so they know what's going on. So, those interviews are more rich because of it. And then when I move people through the cycle, talking to different interviewers on the, whether it be the hiring manager and so forth, they have more time to talk and get to know each other.
Absolutely.
And Felicia, I think brings up a great point, is like both parties need more signals of fit. And it's just a challenge right now because there's a lot of people coming in to the application funnel. And that means there's a lot of, work on HR and talent acquisition teams to vet through that and get the necessary signal to make decisions. And they're always afforded the opportunity of doing a long interview, but you still need to give candidates the information that they need to make a decision about you, and you need to get information from candidates to make a decision about them. And so that's, going back to what we were talking about of where AI can be used in the hiring process, like that could be an objective that you focus on. And it's like, how, in the absence of being able to run 90-minute interviews with every candidate that looks good on paper, how might we still get similar signals? How might we still be able to deliver information to candidates so they can make decisions, even if it's not ideal, right? Like ideal world, we could bring every candidate in, we could sit down on the couch, we can have a cup of coffee, have a great conversation. But it's challenging just in the pace and volume at which we work at. So I think that's something that, everybody here could break down with different stakeholders in their hiring process of like, okay, here's the info we need to get, here's the info candidates need to get. How might we still deliver this? Even if it's not, on paper, the ideal dream, state of what we want to get to, there's still solutions out there that can help you get the information and get candidates the information they need. So a challenge that needs solving for sure, but something that, I think can be very actionable for people to focus on with AI and even some non-AI solutions, just process type stuff.
Absolutely. Great points by everyone. I will say Bruce Springsteen, Tony Stark, imaginary friends, speed dating. I don't think anybody had that on their bingo card going into the session today on AI. So all amazing. We have about 5-6 minutes left. So I'm going to do things in a little bit of a different way. I really want to make sure we have time for our final question, which is a really important question for everyone. And then if there's a minute or two after that, we could jump back to one of the earlier questions, but I think we need those 5 minutes to really dig in deep here. What is the first practical step a company should take if they're just beginning to build AI into their strategy for hiring? I think that's like really the crux of what everyone is here for, is to understand like, all right, I want to use it. How do I start? What do I do? So this is a question for everyone. So Tom, you're unmuted. Felicia, I see the mute. So Tom, since you're already unmuted, we'll start with you, and then we'll go to the rest of our panel.
Yeah, absolutely. I think like a lot of things, you got to know your own process, really map out, from, first look at the job description with the hiring manager all the way to hire. What is your process? And map that out so that you can integrate how AI can go into that. I used to be a consultant for actually a professional service consultant and worked with teams around the globe, recruiting teams. And knowing their process, have that outside observer to say, okay, this is where you guys are deficit, this is deficit. So if you need a consultant, cool. If you can't afford that, use AI and ask, put in your process, where am I deficit? And then figure out, okay, do we want a AI sourcer? Are we good with just people interviewing, video assessments? Do we want some of the newfangled, I'm not a big fan of them yet, but the bots, the agent bots that call you and do the screening questions? Or does that work for the population that we're hiring for? You got to worry about your audience just like everything else, right? I mean, if you're hiring for robotics engineers, it's going to be completely different than if you're hiring for fry cooks. The velocity and the volume plays into that as well. So let's quote Socrates and know yourself, if we're going in bingo cards there, Adam, know yourself and know where you're really deficit and what tool is really going to work for you, and understand the tool and how that fits in.
Excellent. Yeah, I would echo what Tom said. I think having an organization needs to have what is their overarching philosophy that they're going to adhere to when it comes to AI, right? So if you're putting AI in the hiring process or this process or that process, each implementation ladders up to that philosophy. And I can't take credit for this because it was recently in a Forbes article, but it's that the article said something like organizations that succeed treat AI adoption as a human journey, not just a technical one. And I think that is an extremely powerful statement, because it's finding that balance between what's the human element and what's the AI element. And I think if you can have that philosophy that this is not just one or the other, it's both. I think that's what will drive success for any organization, big, medium, small.
Great. Thank you, Felicia. And Josh.
I'll echo. I think what both of the Felicia and Tom said were great. I think it goes back, I've said it a few times throughout this panel, is being specific, having an objective in mind. What are you actually aiming to solve? Don't use AI for AI's sake. And I think one of the things we touched on a little bit in the question about, is AI going to replace HR roles? I think that also ties into it as well, is, part of implementing AI or using AI in the hiring process is also getting other stakeholders bought in, oftentimes leadership stakeholders. And so I think, once you have your objective and you want to present your business case, it can't just be to save time. You have to really think about, of course, yes, it's going to free up time. It's going to make you more efficient. But what are you doing with that time? How are you reallocating resources that used to be used for X, but now is available? And I think that's what your leadership team wants to hear. And, to use Tom's example, Felicia even said humans in the loop. I think it's really looking for those areas where, as a human, you can make the biggest impact on the process. And oftentimes when you're talking to recruiters, you're going to hear it's all about talking to candidates. It's about building the relationships. It's nurturing candidates. It's all those things that you can personalize throughout the candidate experience. They're going to leave an impact on those candidates that are in your hiring process now and may think about your company down the line when they're looking for a new role. It's those moments that you really have an opportunity to influence. And I don't think, AI will do that for you. And so I think, as you're thinking about where to start, be specific, have a goal, and then to get buy-in, it's all about, okay, if this is going to help us do X and we've now got more time freed up, how are we reallocating that to something that's more impactful for the organization, and in this case, more impactful for our hiring?
Excellent. Thank you so much, Josh, Felicia, Tom. Such amazing insights across the board, not just as hiring people here, but also for candidates and what we should be on the lookout for with candidates. So thank you all so much. And just like a final note for anyone who's like, I don't know whether or not we should be incorporating AI into the process, lean in a little bit, because it's going to find its way everywhere. So opening the door a little bit and just testing it out in some of those areas based on Josh, Tom, and Felicia's recommendations, it's going to set you on the right path. I want to thank everyone. I want to thank Hacking HR. It's been a wonderful session. Please feel free again to connect with all of us on LinkedIn. We'd love to hear from all of you and look forward to future conversations. Everyone have a great rest of the week. And thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everybody.
That's right. You have to lean in. Thank you to Adam and the panelists for all of the energy and great insights that you brought to the table today. Thank you all for joining us for day 2 of the AI Experience Summit. Today's convos gave us a grounded look at how organizations bring AI into daily work through structure, clarity, and shared responsibility. A very special thank you to our sponsors, SparkHire, Keka HR, Pearson, LearnWorlds, Personality Pool, OpKey, MTrain, and HeartCount. Your partnership helps make this summit possible, and we truly appreciate working with each of you. I also want to thank our community for showing up with so much curiosity today and support, and our Hacking HR team for the months of preparation that go into making an event this size run as smoothly as possible. This summit continues through this Friday, December 5th, so please feel free to invite colleagues to join us. The more, the merrier. And if you're looking for deeper guided learning, our mini master degree program, Practical Applications of AI, begins on January 14th, 2026. It's included in our Premium Plus membership and gives you a chance to build your own AI-supported operating system for work, for your personal life. We will leave a QR code on the screen as we close out today, so you can access the information directly at your fingertips. And if you want to get more involved with Hacking HR's community, we'd love to have you. So just reach out, connect with us on LinkedIn, send us an email, and we'll tell you all about the ways that you can be a part of it all. Thank you all again for your support and spending most of your day with us today. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow.